Could have. Well, good evening, everyone. Let me call the meeting of March 26th to order. If I could have the roll call, please, Ms. McGuire.
Councilmember Engler,
Here.
Councilmember Taylor,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Newman,
Here.
Mayor Adam,
And I'm here.
and Councilmember McNamee is absent.
And we do have a closed session tonight. If you'd announce that, please, Ms. Noonan.
Thank you, Mayor Adam. We have one closed session conference with legal counsel on pending litigation, Meskey versus City of Thousand Oaks, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9A.
Thank you very much. We'll be back in 1 hour. Good evening, everyone. Have your attention, please. Welcome to the March 26th meeting of the Thousand Oaks City Council. We did have a closed session tonight. If you give us anything to report, Ms. Noonan?
Nothing to report.
Nothing to report. All righty. I do have to make an announcement here. I've received a request from Councilmember McNamee to participate in tonight's meeting remotely. He will be participating via Zoom under Assembly Bill 2449, the Brown Act guidelines, under the just cause provision due to a contagious illness. And pursuant to the Brown Act requirements, I must ask Councilmember McNamee, I'm assuming you're on Zoom with us right now, is there anyone who is 18 years or older with you in the room?
No.
Thank you. And that is that. So let us stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Now I'm going to go down to the podium for a special presentation. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is National Red Cross Month, if you didn't know. And we have Mr. Rulong Ma with us. Mr. Ma, you here in the audience? Would you like to come down? He is a board member of the Pacific Coast American Red Cross. I want to thank you for joining us this evening, Mr. Ma. Thank you. And before we go on, there's a member of the City Council that's had a lot of experience with Red Cross, as well as his wife, and that's our very own Bob Engler. And his wife, Sue. And I just thought Bob would come down for just a moment and share a little bit with us his experiences with the Red Cross.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming out for us tonight. It's wonderful to see you guys here. Both my wife and I were involved in the Red Cross for about the last 20 years or so. Over the years, we were involved in different things that happen in the world. Actually, I had to retire from the Red Cross when I took on this job, and hopefully they'll have a spot for me when I get done with this job in a number of years. But right now, Sue is up in Portland at a Red Cross training. She was able to qualify and become one of about 7 people in the entire region at her level. She is what's called a client casework, or she's a client casework chief. So as we say in my household, she's the latest chief in our household. I'll just share one story with you of what it means to be part of the Red Cross. A number of years ago, Sue was asked to go to Houston. There was a small hurricane called Hurricane Harvey that was coming towards, they thought it was going to be a Category 1, maybe 2. She flew in to Houston just as they closed the airport, as that hurricane went from a Category 2 to a Category 5. Her specialty is not what she wound up doing. She was involved as a person in charge of the shelters. The shelter that she was in was the George R. Brown Convention Center. Her portion of it was 2,500 people that she took care of for 5 days. That's the type of things the Red Cross does. And the Red Cross does it totally with contributions from you all. It's done with no government money, and it's done out of the goodness of all of these folks' hearts. So thank you so much for listening to my story, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, for allowing me to share.
Absolutely. Appreciate that, Bob. Tremendous volunteers. Usually the question for Bob is, so where's Sue? Yeah. Florida, or wherever it may be. Mr. Ma, may I give you the microphone, and would you like to make a comment or two?
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Adam. Thank you, Bob, for those wonderful remarks. Thank you, members of the City Council. My name is Dr. Rulong Ma, and I am a proud volunteer for the American Red Cross. We work tirelessly, responding to disasters, collecting and delivering blood donations, as you heard, providing life-saving skills trainings, and supporting military families and international neighbors during crises. We help countless individuals and families during their darkest hours, regardless of race, religion, or citizenship. Now, here in Thousand Oaks, your local Red Cross team collected over 120 pints of life-saving blood, prepared 75 residents to respond to medical emergencies, assisted 9 military families through our Service for Armed Forces program, and assisted 4 families who suffered residential home fires. This work is thanks to the over 1,100 volunteers, Red Cross volunteers here in Ventura County. These accomplishments, a testament to neighbors helping neighbors. And I'd like to welcome a few of our volunteers, Steve Medina, Kim Marchuk, and Dave Wagner, who will share a few words about their involvement as Red Cross volunteers. Kim?
Thank you very much. I've been a Red Cross volunteer since the Hill-Woolsey fire. That's when I could see it from my mom's backyard. I decided to get involved, and my first assignment was in a shelter in Camarillo at the community center. I was actually shutting it down. They were shutting it down that day and moving everything up to Thousand Oaks Teen Center at that time. Since then, one of my most memorables, I was able to deploy to Guam last July with the Red Cross for 3 weeks, and they were devastated by the Typhoon Mawar. You hadn't heard about that? Probably a third to half the island was pretty devastated, and these people in Guam a lot of them live in what they call island-style homes. They're not the brick-and-mortar homes that we live in. They are maybe some wood flooring, tarps on the roofs, tent-type stuff. Kitchens are outside. So they all lost, their ability to cook and feed their families, and there were shelters there. I worked in a shelter, but my job came a little bit later, and I was responsible for talking to individual clients and trying to find out what they needed help with to get them out of the shelter and to either back home or to move on with their lives. So it was wonderful because I got to know people individually, my case workload, develop some real fondness for the clients I was working with. Very sad to leave. Tears were shed on both sides by that time. And just to know and see your clients leaving the shelter here or there, a few this day, a few another day, families, getting to know their little kids. It's just a very wonderful, wonderful, heartwarming job, unpaid job, if you will, to help people in their worst time of their life, really, worst catastrophe they can imagine, to help them move on. It's a great feeling, and that is why I volunteer with the Red Cross.
Good evening, everyone. I've been a volunteer for the Red Cross for about 2.5 years. I've been in deployments in the tornadoes in Mississippi, which we are accustomed to earthquakes here, which we can deal with them. But with a tornado and those clouds open up, you never know where you're going to have to ditch yourself. So it was quite scary for me. One thing I have found, though, in other regions that belongs even here in Ventura is the camaraderie, the authenticity, and everyone is there for a caring purpose. So they have a mission, and they do it from their hearts. My new role here in Ventura County is I am a disaster preparedness coordinator. So recently, we've been giving presentations to the University Village Thousand Oaks, hands-only CPR. We've been doing earthquake presentations as well as wildfire presentations there. Today, I just worked with the Boys and Girls Club here recently and working programs for the next month in disaster preparedness for the children, being wildfire as well as earthquake, home fires, of course. But most of it's just helping them through the anxiety of what they're going to be going through and trying to calm them down. So we have about 8 or 9 volunteers. We're always looking for more volunteers. Doesn't take a lot of hours, but I have some that work 4 hours a month, some that work, like myself, 40 hours a month. So with that, thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. Dr. Ma, appreciate that. Oh, do we have another volunteer? Absolutely.
Thank
There
you.
sir.
Hi, I'm Dave Wagner. My first deployment with the Red Cross was right here in Thousand Oaks. I went to the Family Relocation Center, the Family Reunification Center for the borderline shooting. 35 years as a firefighter did not prepare me for the emotion and pain that our community was going through that morning, that day. And then the Woolsey fire hit. I protected my own neighborhood with hose lines, garden hose lines with our neighbors. And then I went to the shelter to help other people in our community. I've been with the Red Cross to Hurricane Ian in Florida, to tornadoes in Kentucky, all up and down the state of California for fires and floods. And just recently in Port Hueneme and Oxnard, we had the floods in January. And we've been helping one individual to get an electric wheelchair that was underwater and not working anymore. It took us about a month to find a wheelchair for him. We used a lot of our community partners. We were able to get the funding for it, and this gentleman now has a wheelchair and he's able to get around. So it's wonderful to be able to work in your own neighborhood, to work in your own community, to be able to volunteer and spend time helping neighbors, friends, and meeting people in the community. So if you have the time, if you have the inclination, please volunteer for the Red Cross. We could use the help, as much help as we can get. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Ma. And volunteers, helping others is certainly a noble cause. And we do have a proclamation to present to you commemorating American Red Cross Month. And we'd like to give you that with much gratitude. And if you'd like, we could get a picture with the council. Very good. Let's do that. All right, then. Good presentation. Thank you for coming. Let us move on to public comments. If you would announce that, please, Ms. McGuire.
This is the time and place for public comments. Speakers are requested to state their name and community of residence for the record. 6 individuals have requested to speak, and pursuant to council standards, speakers are allowed 3 minutes. The yellow light displays when you have 1 minute remaining.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, sorry for the delay. First up, Karen Wilburn. Evening.
Someone left their,
That is Dr. Miles.
good evening. I'm Karen Wilburn from Newberry Park and also a founder of Caneo Valley Advocates for Sensible Planning. Tonight, I am again speaking about the need for transparency in city meetings. Following the November 2021 meeting on the Caruso project, it was uncovered that some of the speakers and letter writers expressing support were also employees or business associates of Caruso. Planning Commissioner Newman began asking all speakers to announce any ties they might have with anyone with projects being heard. A similar issue arose at the December 5th council meeting approving the general plan. I again asked for transparency in that meeting to no avail. I later found and presented to this council documentation that a significant number of comment cards from that night were submitted by relatives of a property owner who had a large stake in passing the general plan. These relatives falsely claimed they were residents of Thousand Oaks when in fact they lived in various parts of Los Angeles and Beverly Hills. As far as I know, council has done nothing with this information. Since these untruths were clearly designed to sway the council, I even wonder if this was an illegal act. At the March 11th planning meeting, a speaker spoke in favor of the Cancer Center. She presented herself as the chair of the Chamber of Commerce, which is true, but did not divulge Los Robles Hospital, which is owned by HCA, is also a client of her PR firm. In 2018, a large energy company admitted to hiring a public relations firm who paid people to attend and speak at a New Orleans City Council meeting. That council now requires speakers to disclose this practice. Everyone has a right to speak, but they should be asked to disclose potential conflicts. When is this council going to take action to prevent these types of shenanigans from continuing? It's an affront to the hardworking residents of our city who are trying to participate in city government. We have a right to transparency and will continue to speak out and fight for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, Greg Main.
Okay, I'm on Zoom. Can
Oh,
you
there we
hear
are.
me?
Go
Can you
ahead,
hear
sir.
me Okay, you can hear me all right?
Yes?
Okay, thank you. Good evening. My name is Greg Main, and I live in Thousand Oaks. Why haven't we banned gas-powered blowers in Thousand Oaks? The following is a partial list of California cities that have banned them: Santa Monica, Santa Barbara, Beverly Hills, Oakland, Los Angeles, San Diego, Berkeley, Del Mar, Laguna Beach, Malibu, Hermosa Beach, West Hollywood, and finally, Westlake Village. So our next door neighbor has banned them. Why haven't we? The environmental and physical impacts that they cause are significant and have been well documented and are irrefutable. The operators are continually exposed to benzene, which is a known carcinogen. They are also exposed to very high decibel noise for hours at a time. Don't we care about these people? Gas blowers use two-stroke engines which emit much more pollution than four-stroke motors due to the requirement to mix oil with the gas. AB 1346, signed by Governor Newsom, that took effect on January 1 of 2024, that banned the sale of gas blowers, among other small gas motors, has failed and will most likely continue to fail due to, number one, the black market infusion of new blowers from other states, as well as the vast remaining existing inventory of these products. Have any of you seen a commercial gardener use a battery-powered one yet? And two, the operator's inability to charge enough batteries for their daily use. And as a suggestion for this, to assist in this transition, we could reach out to our individual gardeners and offer to buy and charge a battery that is compatible with their electric blower. These electric blowers emit much lower decibel levels and don't emit exhaust. Please consider the immediate ban on gas blowers. Let's be on the right side of history with this one. At this point, defending gas blowers is tantamount to defending cigarette usage. Everyone wins by removing these destructive tools from our city. The photo behind me, my background, I took Sunday at Green Thumb Nursery in Ventura, and it shows gas blowers that are currently for sale. There's a plentiful supply of them. They're being trucked in via the black market, and they won't stop until you ban it. So I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Next up, Cynthia Geiselman.
Which one? This one, or doesn't it matter? This one? Oh, okay. Well, good evening, Mayor Adam and distinguished City Council. Before I address my topic, I would just like to thank the Red Cross for their dedication and heartfelt service. I heard them tonight. And my topic is regarding the Westlake baseball parking on Little Potrero by Westlake Elementary. Now, it's very congested where they park there because they park one car here and one car here. So when we have to go in or out of our different streets, we have to either back up or someone comes forward. It's kind of like, I don't know if you're familiar with the Hollywood Hills, you know, the canyons that you have to back up and do this kind of dance with our cars. And so I spoke to someone who I can't remember his name last year and presented this. And he said that he was going to try to get the Big Potrero, because right now by Westlake Elementary, when they pick up their children, they can park on Big Potrero, but then it stops at Camberwell. So if they could just extend that, you can at least get 30 more cars off of Little Potrero, and then we could come in and out of our streets without having any danger. And as well, when they park, there's no red, paint on the curbs, so they park right up to the curb. So we have to kind of like shimmy out and look, and there could be another car coming, and we're not going to see it. So I just think it's very dangerous, and I would appreciate if somebody would look into that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's go back to our Zoom calls. First up, John Sarugo.
Hello, can you hear me?
We hear you, John.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. My name is John Sarugo. I'm a resident of Thousand Oaks, the Newberry Park area, and I'm calling to support Mr. Greg Mann's position on the electric gasoline-powered leaf blowers. I really don't have too much more to add other than throwing in my support. Other than I always like to put some things in terms that people can understand a little bit better, particularly when it comes to environmental issues. If you operate a gas-powered leaf blower for 1 hour, it emits as much particulate matter and reactive organic gases and NOx as driving an average car 1,100 miles. And I think that's something that it's something of great concern, 1,100 miles. Also, in terms of the noise pollution, because of the low frequency sound of the gas leaf blowers, they can persist, the sound of them can persist for over 800 feet, essentially the length of 3 football fields. And again, because of the low frequency, they can penetrate walls much more easily. So I think in terms of the pollution levels and the sound levels is more than enough reason to follow the lead of the other cities, as Greg mentioned, and ban these items. For more information, on this, you can go to the California Air Resources Board and you can look at a lot of the definitions that they put together based on what the AB 1346 asked them to do. And at this time, it's their belief that the air blowers, gasoline-powered air blowers, can be reliably and practically replaced with electric versions. They don't think that. Just to kind of clarify this a little bit, they don't believe that electric in commercial use, riding lawnmowers and chainsaws are at that point yet. But definitely with the leaf blowers, the consensus is, yes, we can do without them. So that's all I want to say. Thank you very much for letting me speak tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Next, we have Michelle Yee.
Michelle is not on Zoom.
All right, thank you. So we'll go to Marie Berdzinski. Marie?
Thank you very much for letting me speak tonight.
Hello, I wanted to,
Thank you,
first of all, thank you for letting us be here and for our
Michelle is not
city
on.
council. And I apologize, I kind of, on the volume, I have double sound on here. But I wanted to bring up our school cross guards. We've been bringing up in our school site council meetings and our concern. I'm from Lane Ranch Elementary. And for us, we were taken off the list for having our cross guards. And we wanted to just bring it to the attention of our
Marie,
city
I
council.
don't mean to interrupt, but we're getting double messages here. Let us just fix this technicality.
Oh, yeah, I can hear it too, so it's hard for me to even talk. We were taken off the list for-
Okay. Yeah, Marie, turn off the TV if you're watching it. That's why we're getting the echo. I don't mean to interrupt, but we're getting double messages here. Let us just fix this. Oh, that's me. Okay. Yeah, Marie, turn off the TV if you're watching it.
No, I just have my computer on.
Okay. If you could disconnect that, and then we'll be good. Oh, that's me.
Okay, the only option is to leave the.
Yeah, we hear you loud and clear. Go right ahead.
My computer.
Marie? Well, maybe we'll come back to Marie. What do you think?
She did leave.
All right?
She left Zoom.
We'll come back? All right.
Yeah, let's come back.
Let's go on to Ativia Bragger.
Hello, good evening. My name is Etibia Brager. I am a resident of Thousand Oaks, and I'm speaking on the crossing guard. My name is T. Brager. I am a parent of students and an employee of Lane Ranch as a CSA assigned to the Sandhurst side of the school. Our crossing guard at Lane is absolutely necessary. We cannot afford to lose any of our 2 crossing guards. When the school was built, I don't think they anticipated the amount of students that will be attending. We currently have 600 plus students at our campus. We have a mixture of walkers, park and walk, and drop-off lines. From my observation, there have been several counters from the city of Thousand Oaks, but not at the peak hours/windows. If someone from the city can please coordinate with our campus for the peak times as foot traffic increases at a specific time in the morning. I believe communication is needed not only for transparency, but the removal of our crossing guard will be detrimental not only to our neighbors, but most importantly to our students and their families. Additionally, the flow of traffic, the traffic signs, and 2-lane right turn out from our drop-off lane may need some changes/adjustments. Maybe to assist the crossing guards is necessary, as our community on campus is huge. I was told we were taken off of the list for crossing guards. Not sure how true that is, but we desperately need our crossing guards, and I think we need a foot flow traffic to be redirected somehow, and that probably is something that the city may have to handle, as we're not allowed to direct or control any traffic outside of the campus boundaries. I thank you for giving me the time to speak.
Thank you, Ativia. Did we get Michelle Yee back? No?
No.
Okay. Then shall we try Marie again?
She's not on either.
She's not on? All right. I believe that does it for public comments. And we'll go to Mr. Powers for any comment about that.
Yeah, just a couple items of quick follow-up. Cynthia, thanks for your comments. I'm going to have a member of our Public Works team step into the lobby and chat with you. They're familiar with that issue and will be able to chat with you. So Jim Mashika, who's right over here, if you can just step right up there, Jim, we'll meet you in the lobby. Yes, ma'am. In terms of the comments on gas-powered blowers, perfect timing, as the council will be discussing that item as part of its Climate and Environmental Action Plan study session at our very next council meeting, which is on the 9th of April. That's one of the topics contemplated within there. And then just to clear up any misinformation on crossing guards, there are no changes in the works for crossing guards in the year ahead. We are simply gathering data as we do per our policy, and there is coordination with the schools throughout. As it relates to traffic safety in and around schools, we continue to engage in that, and as it relates to Lang Ranch, Public Works Director Mr. Finley will follow up on that.
Thank you, Mr. Powers. On to the consent calendar. Anything to pull? Nothing to pull. All right. Do we have any public speakers?
No.
And we do not. Then I'm looking for a motion on that.
Happy to move the consent calendar.
Mr. Engler makes the motion. We can vote, please.
Councilmember Engler?
Yes.
Councilmember McNamee?
Yes.
Councilmember Taylor?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Newman?
Aye.
And Mayor Adam?
Yes.
And that motion passes 5-0, and I have two ordinance titles to read. The first one is an ordinance amending Thousand Oaks Municipal Code by modifying Section 9-4.301 and Section 9-4.2816 and adding Section 9-4.310, Article 10.5, Section 9-4.2104.5, and Section 9-4.2529 to establish mixed-use zoning regulations as required by the 2021-2029 housing element, MCA 2024-70001, and ordinance amending Thousand Oaks Municipal Code relating to official zoning map by changing zoning classification of certain properties to mixed-use MU, mixed-use overlay zone MUOZ, and residential plan development RPD-10U to align with general plan use designations Z 2024-70001.
Thank you, Ms. McGuire. And on to our public hearing. If you would announce that, Ms. McGuire.
Hearing advertised as required by law is open to consider agenda item 10A, proposed comprehensive cancer center, 400 East Rolling Oaks Drive, and residential capacity transfer, 355 West Jans Road. Speakers are requested to state their name and residence for the record. At this time, there are 38 speakers who have presented speaker cards, and pursuant to council standards, speakers are allowed 2 minutes each. The yellow light displays when 1 minute is remaining.
Thank you, Ms. McGuire. And our presenter this evening is Justine Kendall, Senior Planner, our Community Development Department. Hello, Ms. Kendall.
Hello. Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, and public. The project before you is a request to allow the development of a comprehensive cancer treatment center at 400 East Rolling Oaks Drive and the related land use designation and zone change at both 400 East Rolling Oaks Drive and 355 West Jans Road. The request before you this evening is to allow the construction of a comprehensive cancer center medical office building at 400 East Rolling Oaks Drive, and that consists of the following components. An environmental impact report, which was conducted to identify and evaluate potential environmental impacts, require mitigation of potential significant environmental impacts, and establish a reporting and monitoring program to ensure that any required mitigation measures for the project are implemented. A general plan amendment is also requested to change the general plan land use designation from neighborhood very low to commercial neighborhood, and a zone change from rural exclusive to commercial office and commercial office with a height overlay for the property at 400 East Rolling Oaks Drive, and to change the land use designation from institutional to neighborhood low 1, and change the zoning from public and institutional lands and facility zone to a residential plan development zone for the property at 355 West Jans Road in order to avoid loss of any residential capacity. In addition, a development permit is requested, again at 400 East Rolling Oaks Drive, to allow the demolition of all remnant improvements and the construction of an approximately 58,412 square foot medical office building that accommodates various cancer-related medical and patient services. In addition, there is a request for a parcel map waiver to merge 2 lots into 1 legal lot of record, and a protected tree permit to allow the removal of 14 protected oak trees and to plant replacement trees at a 3-to-1 ratio. Additionally, this protected tree permit would allow encroachment within the protected zone of 7 protected trees. And lastly, a technical review of proposed landscaping is required as a project condition of approval. As just stated, the property at 400 East Rolling Oaks Drive is zoned for residential use currently, and that does not allow for the proposed medical facility use. As such, the applicant is required to request a zone change to commercial office. The CO zone allows medical offices and laboratories as an allowed use subject to the approval of a development permit. This commercial zone is frequently found near residential zoning categories. Consistent with the purpose of the CO zone and in practice, the CO zone acts as a transition space between higher intensity uses, open space and/or Route 101, and residential uses. The subject properties at this location are designated as neighborhood very low in the land use element of the 2045 general plan. To accommodate the proposed medical office building use at the site, a general plan land use amendment to commercial neighborhood is required. The commercial neighborhood land use designation would be consistent with the existing land uses in the vicinity, as you can see here. In the judgment of city staff and the Planning Commission, the project represents an extension of the existing medical campus, and the proposed land uses have been found to be compatible with one another in terms of both physical development standards and allowed uses. However, due to state law, specifically the Housing Crisis Act, changing a property's land use element category from a residential type, which prescribes a certain amount of residential development potential, in this case 1 to 2 units per acre, to a non-residential type, or one not allowing residential development, must be accompanied by concurrent changes restoring that residential development potential elsewhere in the jurisdiction, so that the total amount of residential development capacity stays the same or increases. Per the state law, concurrent means that the action is approved at the same meeting of the legislative body and in a manner that ensures added capacity is effective at the same time as the reduction in residential capacity. Residential development capacity is equal to the size of the property times the maximum density allowed. Since the subject site at 400 Rolling Oaks is designated as neighborhood very low residential, it has a maximum density of 2 units per acre. That maximum density times the size of the lot, 4.74 net acres, gives the site a maximum development potential or capacity of 9 residential units. Therefore, for the proposed land use element designation change at the project site from a residential type to a non-residential or a commercial type to be legally viable, as part of the project and suite of requests tonight, the applicant is also requesting to change the land use element category designation of a 2.15 acre parcel at 355 West Jans Road from institutional to neighborhood low 1, which is a residential designation. The total residential development capacity at that site with the proposed land use change, designation change, would be again 9 units maximum. City staff has reviewed the proposed project with the California Department of Housing and Community Development, or HCD, and HCD has found that the project meets the requirements of the Housing Crisis Act. I'll now go into the project details, starting with the component located at 355 West Jans Road. The property receiving the residential capacity is a parcel located at the northeast corner of the intersection of Jans and Lynn Roads, which is part of the larger Los Robles Regional Medical Center. The site has been previously disturbed and is developed with a surface parking lot used by employees of the medical facilities in the area. The site is bounded by medical uses to the north and east, Lynn Road and open space to the west, and Jans Road and residential uses to the south. Again, the proposed land use designation at this site would be changed from institutional to neighborhood low 1. The neighborhood low 1 land use designation would be consistent with the existing land uses in the near vicinity as seen in these images. To remain consistent with that land use change, the proposed zone would also be changed from PL to RPD 4.5U. In the judgment of city staff and the Planning Commission, the land use and zoning designation has been found to be compatible with those in the surrounding area in terms of both physical development standards and allowed uses. This zone allows residential uses as an allowed use subject to the approval of a development permit. The land use element category designation and zoning change are being requested again to satisfy the requirements of the Housing Crisis Act. Should a development project be proposed in the future, all required applications and entitlements will be evaluated per state and local regulations, guidelines, and standards at the time of application, including impacts to existing uses and their reliance on the existing parking spaces provided on that property. Moving on to the development proposed at 400 East Rolling Oaks. The location of the proposed development is at a 4.74 net acre lot, which was previously disturbed. You can see here the parking lot, landscaping, graded pad, and the foundation of the previously existing Young Set Club, which was an active daycare and camp that started operation in the mid-1970s and was demolished around 2019. In 2015, the Planning Commission approved a senior living facility at this site, which was appealed and subsequently denied by the City Council due to a perceived incompatibility of the proposed and existing adjacent uses and an off-street parking demand. No other applications, including applications for single-family residences, have been received by the city for this property. The property lies within the southern portion of the city and is bound by Rolling Oaks Drive and medical uses to the north, Los Padres Drive and multifamily residential to the west, designated open space to the south, and residential uses within an unincorporated county island to the east. It is located 500 feet southeast of the 101 freeway. The proposed concept involves, again, the construction of a new approximately 58,412 square foot, two-story outpatient medical treatment facility with a maximum height of 44 feet and 2 inches. The plan involves grading the site, including on slopes steeper than 25% to accommodate the improvements, which include, but are not limited to, the proposed building, a healing garden, retaining walls, parking facilities, hardscape, landscape, and utilities. The Cancer Center would include 233 surface parking spaces with primary access from Rolling Oaks Drive and secondary access off of Los Padres Drive. Landscaping is provided throughout the parking areas and perimeter of the site, and the project proposes the removal of 14 oak trees to be replaced on site. The proposed facility is effectively an expansion of the medical campus currently in place. The Cancer Center would operate during daytime hours only and will not include any overnight stay capabilities or emergency services. This particular site was chosen by the applicant and supported by staff in the Planning Commission due to the synergistic opportunities provided by the other nearby medical uses, especially the Thousand Oaks Surgical Hospital, otherwise known as TOSH. Locating near these facilities provides efficiencies for patients and employees, which reduces vehicle miles traveled in addition to convenience. Conditions of approval have been included in the resolution before you this evening to ensure that light, noise, and water all stay within the site and minimize any impacts to adjacent commercial and residential neighbors. The project's architectural design is a mission revival style. The proposed building's rectangular shape, two-story design, and height, which ranges from 23.5 feet to just over 44 feet, and size of 58,412 square feet, are similar to and compatible with the nearby properties. With the guidance of public input and staff direction, the applicant team paid careful attention to the ways in which the architectural design transitions from the Thousand Oaks Surgical Hospital to nearby residential apartments. As illustrated here, the proposed building height will be similar to the existing apartments to the west and similar to or less than the medical office buildings to the north. The proposed project does include a height overlay limited to the building footprint, which allows the building to be up to 44 feet and 2 inches tall above the finished floor levels rather than the 25 feet max normally required. Zoning overlays are an additional layer of planning controls that are applied to properties as tailored zoning districts with a specialized set of regulations. The proposed Cancer Center consists of the new medical office building with the primary access off of Rolling Oaks Drive and secondary access off of Los Padres Drive. Street-level parking would be provided on site, including a drop-off area for patients on the north side of the building. The vehicular and pedestrian circulation layout has been reviewed and found to comply with the municipal code, building code, fire code, and ADA standards. Traffic impacts were independently reviewed by the city's traffic engineering division, who concluded that, even when studied under worst-case scenario assumptions, the project will not have a significant impact on existing traffic patterns or vehicle miles traveled. The applicant will be required to pay the citywide traffic mitigation fee to help contribute towards the cost of future improvements at the intersections identified in the city's traffic impact mitigation fee nexus study. As mentioned previously, all parking required by the facility will be accommodated on the subject property. The Cancer Center would include 233 surface parking spaces, exceeding the municipal code requirements of 225 parking spaces. The project does not rely on the parking at the Tosh facility or the adjacent street parking. 183 of these parking spaces would be open to the sky, and 50 would be located underneath a carport with solar arrays just south of the proposed building. In addition, the center would include pedestrian and bicycle facilities that provide safe, continuous accessibility, including pedestrian pathways, crosswalks, and 24 on-site bicycle parking spots. As illustrated here, the building pad elevation will be approximately 5 to 10 feet lower than the existing elevation. Grading will involve 30,335 cubic yards of cut and 17,865 cubic yards of fill, resulting in 12,470 cubic yards of earthen material being removed from the site. The height overlay mentioned previously will again only allow the increased height from the finished floor level of the building pad, which is lower than the current existing grade. The majority of the encroachments into slopes, which are 25% or steeper, which are the yellow areas seen here, are on the east and south sides of the building and are required to construct the drive aisle, level parking spaces, and associated circulation, and to provide the fire department access to the rear of the building, as well as parking lot improvements consistent with the municipal code and fire regulations. To achieve this grading approach, tiered retaining walls ranging in height from approximately 7 feet to a maximum of 12 feet will be constructed primarily along the southern and eastern property lines. The Cancer Center development will provide 14% landscape coverage, including enhanced perimeter landscape treatment. An enhanced 20-foot landscaped area will be provided along Rolling Oaks Drive, Los Padres Drive, and the south property line, and an approximately 9-foot landscaped area would be provided on the east side of the property line outside of the 25-foot utility easement. A total of 108 trees were identified on the property, of which 75 are not protected trees and 33 are protected trees. The project would result in the retention and protection of 17 protected trees and the removal of 14 protected oak trees. The removal of these 14 protected oak trees results in this project being conditioned to plant 42 oak trees on site. The proposed landscape plan identifies a total of 45 coast live oak and valley oak trees to be planted on the project site, exceeding the required number of replacement trees. The replacement trees would take roughly 10 to 15 years to reach the size of the trees being removed. Further, replacement trees have been strategically located around the perimeter of the subject property to provide a physical barrier between the residential structures and surrounding roadways. Such placement would provide visual screening to and from the roadways and reduce noise entering the site. As such, staff and the Planning Commission support the proposed replacement tree layout seen here. A parcel map waiver is requested to legally merge the lots together. The larger lot comprised the site of the prior daycare center facility, while the smaller lot was designated as a public road easement in 1973 as part of the extension for East Rolling Oaks Drive. However, after study and public testimony, Holland Drive was constructed in lieu of extending East Rolling Oaks Drive to the east, and therefore the road easement is no longer needed for that purpose. In order to develop the site, the two parcels must be merged into one parcel of record. In accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, a comprehensive evaluation of the potential environmental impacts of this project was performed. The EIR evaluated the project's physical development as well as the use's reasonable and foreseeable impacts. This evaluation determined that the project would not have a significant effect on the environment, with implementation of mitigation measures that would reduce potential impacts to biological, cultural, and tribal resources, as well as from hazardous materials, noise, and wildfire. The mitigation measures are incorporated into the project resolution as conditions of approval to ensure the project will have no significant adverse effect on the environment. Staff and the Planning Commission recommend certification of the final EIR prepared for the project in accordance with CEQA. The proposed project has been designed to meet the intent of the city's general plan, standards, codes, and policies. The proposed building design and site layout integrate well with the surrounding development and provide a benefit to the community and surrounding region. Based on the analysis and findings contained in the staff report, staff and the Planning Commission recommend that the City Council adopt a resolution based on the findings and subject to the conditions contained therein to certify the final environmental impact report and approve the general plan amendment, development permit, zone change, parcel map waiver, and protected tree permit, and to introduce an ordinance approving a zone change. That concludes my presentation, and I am available for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Kendall. So let us go to questions for staff. Mr. Newman.
Thank you, Mayor. And before I begin, I too believe there's a public interest in transparency and disclosure. And so I should disclose that I've had multiple ex parte communications on this application, some with the applicant and team, and some with many residents. And as well, I should disclose that a member of the applicant team, Dr. David Chi, I've been a patient of his in the past. I don't think any of this affects my ability to make a neutral judgment on this, but I do think there's a public interest in disclosing that. So with that, good evening, Ms. Kenzel, and thank you for your report. I just have 4 questions. As we discussed in our staff meeting yesterday, you said tonight and have said previously on the land swap, there is currently no proposal for residential development, merely a zoning swap. Is that correct? At the Los Robles Medical Center site.
That's correct. There's no project to create a physical building at that site. It's just the zone change and the general land use amendment.
Right. And as we also discussed, SB 330 is relatively new, but in the time that it's been in effect, there's no precedent. There's no prior case where we've been presented with a request for a zone swap where there was not a concurrent or in the near future development plan. Is that also the case?
If I'm understanding your question correctly, we've never had to do this type of land swap to comply with SB 330 at all.
Right. So therefore, there's never been a case, because we haven't done this, where we've done a land swap and there has and an applicant hasn't had a project concurrent with that, correct?
Correct.
Right, okay. On the tree removal, I appreciate your mentioning the times. It would take about 10 to 15 years for removal. There's typically a monitoring period as well after the removal. Is it 5 years in this case?
Yes. Okay,
very good. You also stated in your report tonight regarding light pollution that light stays within the site, if I'm quoting you correctly. And both in the EIR, which says there's a policy that we keep light on site, so that's the policy. Residents in meeting with me showed me some photos of the current Tosh facility where light in the evening was clearly visible from outside the property, from places that I know to be offices that are not open in the evening. I understand that Tosh has may have some operations beyond 5 p.m., but the parts of the building that I've been in where I saw light on at night was not part of that, and it was visible from outside the property. So my question is, will there be additional mitigations on this site to prevent that sort of light spill?
Councilmember Newman, we do have some conditions of approval built into this project where all lighting after hours is to be dimmed by 20 to 30%. In addition to that, there's our standard conditions which require the shielding of light and directing things downwards. And if there's something that goes awry with that in the future, we also have our code compliance team to help correct those things in the field.
So just to follow up, the shielding requirements I've seen typically apply to things like light standards in parking lots. The lights I saw, to be clear, were coming from windows in the building, that there were offices that were still lit. And that was clearly visible a quarter mile, a half mile away. So I'm wondering if those same kind of mitigations you mentioned apply to lighting within the building as well.
If I may, Councilman, that is correct. The conditions do apply to all lighting on site. However, the ability to see a light is not the same as light pollution. So just because a light is visible, that does not equal a code enforcement violation. It's not a zero visibility policy in that instance. But in instances where there is a complaint, code enforcement would investigate to determine if it's valid or not.
How is that determined? Is there a threshold, like some number of lumens above that is a violation and below is not?
Correct. Typically, when a project like this goes through plan check, there is a lighting schematic plan that indicates what is the light illumination at various points on the plan. Also, there's a way to measure that from a code enforcement perspective if in fact a complaint is received in that regard.
Very good, thank you. And then my final question has to do with the grading. I believe your testimony was that there's a net of 12,470 yards of soil to be removed from the site. If my math is correct, that works out to 891 truck trips. And I wonder if there's a haul route set. Where are all those 891 trucks going to go to take that much soil away?
I'll defer that question to Public Works.
Good evening. My name is Mohammed Fatimi. I'm Division Manager for Land Development in the city. Usually we use the fastest route to get to the freeway as soon as possible. One route would be, depending on the TOSH's referral, the people coming in and going, the traffic is going to TOSH, if during the day or it's later in the afternoon or whatever. Probably the best way is go through there, go through Bob Holland Drive, get to Rancho, and get out to the freeway, the fastest way to get out. Otherwise, they would be used getting into the Moore Park, coming to the freeway and get out. Those are the fastest route to get out.
Okay, and it hasn't been determined yet which of those
we
two?
don't determine that at this time.
Sure.
During the plan check, we look at to see how much it is, where is it going, what's their scheduling is, what the phases of grading is. Then based on that, we determine which would be the best way to go.
Very good. Thank you very much,
Of
Mr.
course.
Fatemi. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Newman. Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. I will also disclose that I spent time with many of the residents and as well with the applicant in the week leading up to this. My first question, what type of consideration was done when we were going through maybe residential analysis with the general plan leading up to this and that property specifically?
Sorry, can you say that one more time?
Yeah, so basically, this property is zoned residential. What I'm curious about is leading up to the general plan, which was 4 years of studies and analysis. What were some of the conversations or points that maybe led us to keeping it residential in the general plan? And then maybe if you want to add any, I don't know, challenges or if something changed to this point. Does that make sense?
It does, and it's a really good question. So this application was submitted prior to the general plan being completed. So at that time, we did not know if the application would move forward to this stage or not. So at the time when the land use map was considered and the recommendation was moved forward by City Council, this project wasn't at a stage to require consideration at that time, which is why it's coming forward now and it's currently under evaluation. Ideally, we'd have loved to include that as part of that general plan process, but the project wasn't cured to a point for consideration.
Okay. When we're doing the swap, is that the correct way to say it? Swap? Does it have to remain the same, like residential low, was it low 1 zoning? Or is there a possibility to upzone it, or how does that work?
So with this particular project, ideally, we wanted to keep it the same, just to maintain trueness to Measure E and the number of units that were allocated on the map. We could not increase that number of units without going over what we believe to be the cap of Measure E. So that's why we tried to keep it an equal swap.
Okay, got it. As far as this property itself, it looks a little complex to build. What are some of the challenges to putting a project on this land that you see?
This project in particular, or any project generally?
Well, yeah, let's say just in general, because looking at it as zone residential, now we're considering moving it. What are some challenges if we're looking at zoning or keeping the zoning and building 9 homes versus the commercial office designation?
Sure, yeah, I think, and the applicant team can certainly speak to this as well, that there are, the topography of the site requires careful grading and thoughtful grading to minimize the amount of grading while making the site usable. There is a waterway near the site, which one needs to be very careful, to avoid, and the applicant is avoiding that whole area, and to keep any runoff, both during construction and during the lifetime of the project. Any stormwater runoff out of that requires very careful engineering, and I'm sure the applicant would let you know expensive engineering. In addition to the removal of the protected trees, replacement of those trees is a heavy lift, and not for the faint of heart as well. In addition to this being in a very high fire hazard severity zone, that is, this building is well equipped to be in this zone, in that by the standards required of it, because it's a healthcare facility, right? It's needs to adhere to higher standards anyways. So it is much more compatible with being in a very high fire hazard severity zone than, say, a residential development, which puts, those homes at risk.
Okay. In the report on traffic, it stated that this project was viewed as very low impact for increase of traffic. Do we have any numbers that we can compare to that showed traffic when it was in use for the daycare versus what the projected use is going to be moving forward if that this project were to be built?
Yes, and I see Mark coming down the way to help answer your question.
Good evening. I'm Mark Bueno with Public Works Traffic. First off, I just want to make a clarification that CEQA does not utilize traffic congestion for determining transportation impacts. The CEQA guidelines state that vehicle miles traveled is the most appropriate measure of transportation impacts, and per the VMT analysis conducted, the project does not result in a significant transportation impact under CEQA. As far as your concern or your question for the daycare trips, so the daycare, based on a previous study conducted for that daycare center, it was expected to generate average daily traffic of 701 trips, and in the AM peak hour, 130 trips, and in the PM peak hour, 151 trips. That is, the proposed medical office does generate more trips than what was previously proposed or previously there. But again, I want to note that while it's not a CEQA requirement, traffic study reviewing traffic delay and levels of service was conducted. And per the study, all study intersections analyze, maintain an acceptable level of service per the city standard when you're adding that addition of project traffic. Furthermore, the roadway capacity of Rolling Oaks Drive is approximately 20,000 vehicles per day, which far exceeds the existing traffic volumes and added project traffic.
So the road currently can handle 20,000 trips per day, and what are we looking at? How would we measure this? Cars per?
The average daily traffic for the existing average daily traffic for Rolling Oaks Drive is approximately 3,000 vehicles.
Okay.
So adding that, the proposed medical office is approximately 2,103 trips, daily trips. So even if you add that with the existing traffic, that's only 25% of capacity of the roadway. In other words, there's 75% of unused capacity available for Rolling Oaks Drive.
Okay, so just running through this really quick. Prior with the daycare, we had about 701 trips. Now we're looking at about 1,300 additional. But, you know, if we're projecting 5,000 and the road can handle 20,000, that's leaving us at the 25% use of what it can handle?
Correct. And I also want to note that that's assuming all 2,100 trips are going through Rolling Oaks, where some trips would be expected to come off of Rancho Road and go off Holland Drive. But as to be conservative, we looked at that, and there's plenty of capacity for Rolling Oaks Drive.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Engler.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'll join the chorus of that I have spoken with a lot of people about this topic, both the applicant and also people in the neighborhood. And I very much appreciate the input that we've received. So, but in terms of being transparent, I want everybody to know that we do talk. And I think it's a great idea to have the solar array in the parking lot. Will that solar array be visible to any of the neighbors?
I'd have to look. I don't think so. Possibly the apartments up the hill. A little bit, maybe.
Okay. And then a lot of discussions I've had mentioned 2016 when there was the proposed Oakmont, I guess it was a memory care place that was going in. I've heard different numbers as far as what size building that was. Do you remember what the size of that structure was going to be?
Stand by. We're flipping through pages.
Thank you.
I actually didn't bring that data with me, so I'm going to pull from memory. I want to say the original building was either 5,000 or 8,000 square feet. I'm getting the number in my head, and then there was an addition that happened afterwards. In that addition, the approval, I believe, said up to 4,000 square feet for the addition.
No, I think this was the proposed, the number I'm looking for is the proposed Oakmont.
Sorry,
not the existing.
I jumped back to the Young Set Club. Give me a second, because I did not bring that number, but we can pull that forward.
Why don't we circle back to that?
Yeah, thanks.
Former planning commissioner, now Mayor Pro Tem Newman, thinks it was 75,000, but let us get an actual number for you.
Thank you. I wanted to get the actual number because there's been some discussion. This is a larger structure, a smaller structure. I just want to get the official number. And then reflecting back on what Councilman Newman was talking about with the light issues that are in that area. I also saw the photo of the existing building, and it's noticeable on the hill there. Is the goal of this building to be a dark skies qualified building, or how does that come into the picture?
Well, I think, as was kind of explained earlier, there's a difference between visible light and light that illuminates off-site. So this project, like all projects, is conditioned so that there's no light spillover. So none of the light would illuminate outside of the property boundaries. You would be able to see like a light in a window that's on in the dark, but any outside or exterior light is going to be shielded and downcast, so you wouldn't be able to see, for example, a bright bulb and things like that. Does that answer your question?
Thank you. Yeah, and that's one other question, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. We're going to be changing this zoning from residential to commercial, basically. What types of commercial can go in there? I know that the intent now is to put a medical office. Can anything go in there? And does the medical office need to be kept as a medical office, or sometime in the future can it be used for another use?
It would be able to be used for any use that's allowed in this particular zone. And I could get that list for you, but any of these types of uses are meant to be, as I said, this is sort of a transitional zone between high-intensity areas and low-intensity areas. So they're going to be similar to the commercial office zone that's immediately adjacent to this property. So anything that could go in there could go in this property. It's an extension of the same type of zone.
Do we ever condition the use on a specific use, or is that something that we don't have the ability to do?
Any project that's proposed in the future, a change of use would require review and an additional development permit, possibly a special use permit if that's what's required by the municipal code.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Oh, I'm sorry.
If I could jump in here, we triangulated and can confirm Councilmember Newman's memory is correct. The Oak Mountain Assisted Living Facility was 75,226 square feet.
So the proposal tonight is 58,000 and change, and that was 75 and change. Okay, thank you.
All right. Mr. McNamee, any questions for you?
No question, Mayors. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. All right, let us move on now to the applicant. And you will have 15 minutes. It's represented by Natalie Musi, the CEO of Les Robles Hospital. And you brought Dr. David Chi, Tom Cohen, and Dave Rand with you as well.
Good evening, Mayor
Welcome.
Adam. Thank you. Council members and fellow community members. My name is Natalie Musi. I'm the CEO of Les Robles Health System and a fellow resident of Thousand Oaks. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today to share the plans for our comprehensive cancer center. Les Robles has a long and rich history with the Conejo Valley. In 1968, when we started serving the community, we had a population of about 40,000 people. Today, the population we serve covers over 400,000 individuals. Over the years, our physical footprint has grown to deliver state-of-the-art health care across our community. Our world-class cardiovascular programs, trauma center, and cancer treatment programs are a testament to some of the great things our team has accomplished over the years with the community. We are here today to address the fact that cancer treatment in our area is fragmented. We all know what a journey with cancer entails and the uphill battle many cancer patients face from a time of diagnosis through survivorship. Since the 400 East Rolling Oaks Drive property became available for purchase, we knew it was the perfect location for a much-needed cancer center. Having a convenient location for our patients is important, and the proposed project site is right off the freeway, making it easy for our patients to access. It is the best site for our patients to receive care and for our oncologist and cancer team to deliver patient care. Our comprehensive cancer center is conveniently located next door to our Thousand Oaks Surgical Hospital, a hospital that is familiar to our oncology patients who have surgeries, biopsies, and other treatments. Our oncology patients are immunocompromised and have a dedicated location that houses all of their services makes a difference in creating a controlled environment that has their needs top of mind. Our cancer center has been carefully thought out with our community and cancer patients in mind. We want to be good neighbors, and our project design team was directed to address concerns about privacy, lighting, noise, and views. You will hear that we worked alongside Thousand Oaks City staff and spent a lot of time and effort on these issues to do the best possible job to minimize the impact it would have on the surrounding neighborhoods. In addition, the EIR prepared by the city concludes that the project will not have any significant unavoidable impacts on the environment. And for that, I would like to thank the city and our team for working together to ensure that was the case. Thank you for trusting us to be the community's most trusted resource for health and a regional destination for care, and for your support as we strive to provide our community with world-class care that they can count on and that is close to home. At this time, I'd like to invite Dr. David Chi, Dr. Shea Shuri, and Dr. Sam Slomowitz to share from their clinical perspective what this project would mean for our cancer patients and the community.
Mayor Adam, esteemed council members, Dr. Slomwitz, Dr. Ashuri, and I offer tremendous gratitude for the opportunity to stand before you today in support of the proposed Los Robles Cancer Center. Cancer remains the fastest growing disease on earth. By 2030, there'll be over 22 million people afflicted worldwide. Currently, 1.7 million people are diagnosed in the United States annually, and over 600,000 people die from it each year. More people will die from cancer in the next 2 years than those who died in combat in all the wars the U.S. has ever fought, combined. And if that isn't sobering enough, consider this. According to the American Cancer Statistics, 1 out of every 2 men and 1 out of every 3 women will be diagnosed with cancer at some point during their life. To quote the Pulitzer Prize-winning physician, researcher, and author, Dr. Siddhartha Mukherjee, make no mistake, this is one of the most significant human challenges in our history. To imagine that we're going to find a simple solution to this disease does not do service to the true complexity of this problem. In our effort to address this complex disease, one of the most impactful paradigm shifts in the management of cancer over the past few decades has been the development of a multidisciplinary approach to the treatment of cancer. Long gone are the practices where patient cancer care is delivered by doctors in independent silos. We realize that the best outcomes result when specialists work together to discuss each individual patient and collectively generate an optimal care plan for each particular situation. At the Los Robles Cancer Program, we implemented Ventura County's first tumor board about 40 years ago. And over this time, the cancer program and its tumor board have evolved to include surgeons, surgical oncologists, medical oncologists, radiation oncologists, diagnostic radiologists, interventional radiologists, pathologists, nurse navigators, cancer geneticists, dietitians, palliative care specialists, physical therapists, social workers, and other subspecialists, including gastroenterologists, pulmonologists, urologists, and neurosurgeons. While the Los Robles Cancer Program has continuously maintained our accreditation through the American Cancer Society's Commission on Cancer as a comprehensive cancer center since 1982, our patients have undergone treatments in separate locations. And for over 40 years, while our patients have been able to receive extraordinary world-class care as good, if not better, than other tertiary centers across the United States, this model is outdated and not ideal. With the Los Robles Cancer Center, we'll be able to centralize all aspects of cancer care in one location. This benefits the patients, their families, and the caretakers at many levels. Patients are able to consolidate care, oftentimes in a single visit, leaving the center with a complete individualized cancer treatment program. Efficiency is improved, care is expedited, and valuable time is saved. Better collaboration between oncology specialists is facilitated, resulting in a more cohesive planning. Specific specialist perspectives are provided, new ideas and groundbreaking studies are shared, and availability of potential clinical trials are revealed. Ancillary services are readily available, and these programs can be initiated immediately, if desired, by the patients and their caretakers. Furthermore, not only will the Cancer Center collaborate with other medical centers, including UCLA, City Hope, and others, it will be part of Sarah Cannon, the Cancer Institute and Research Institute for HCA Healthcare. Sarah Cannon offers integrated cancer treatments with convenient access to cutting-edge therapies for those facing cancer in communities across the United States and the United Kingdom. Through its services, Sarah Cannon is providing state-of-the-art cancer care close to home for hundreds of thousands of patients, a number unmatched by any other single cancer center across the United States. Focusing on advanced therapies and for patients in the last three decades, Sarah Cannon is a leader in drug development, has conducted over 600 first-in-human clinical trials since its inception, and has contributed to pivotal research which has led to the majority of new cancer therapies approved by the FDA today. Sarah Cannon runs trials including phase 1 trials, phase 2, phase 3 trials, master protocols, basket trials, and has developed drugs in classes such as small molecules, antibodies, and antibody drug conjugates, antisense molecular therapy, immunotherapy, chemotherapy, and CAR-T. The combined research network brings together physicians who are actively accruing patients in clinical trials at more than 250 locations in 26 states across the U.S. access to clinical trials, molecular tumor boards, world-class experts, and access to one of the largest databases in the world will be available to patients in this very community. As cancer specialists, we are devoted to serving residents in our community and the surrounding area, and we're sympathetic to the concerns of those neighboring the center. We strongly believe the impact to our neighbors will be minimal. The center will open Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. There are no overnight services. There are no emergency room services. The architecture blends seamlessly with the other medical office buildings in the same location. The proposed location will be adjacent to the Thousand Oaks Surgical Hospital, or TOSH, which is the outpatient / short-stay inpatient campus for Los Robles Health System, and this complements perfectly with the outpatient model that this cancer center represents. We understand the plights of the families voicing concern, but the overall benefit of the over 400,000 patient lives that we serve can't be overstated. I'd just like to finish on a personal note. My family moved to the Canal Valley over 50 years ago. I still remember Jungle Land. It was located where we're sitting right now. My dad was an electrical engineer for Hughes Aircraft, and even though he had to drive to El Segundo every day, he chose to live here because it was well recognized that this was one of the best places to live in Southern California. 50 years later, there isn't anywhere else I'd rather call home. And it's not because nothing has changed. Rather, it's because we have grown and evolved over time, albeit thoughtfully and with careful planning. As a scientist, I believe that you evolve or you go extinct. I strongly believe that this proposed Los Robles Cancer Center is not just what our patients need, it's what our community deserves. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chi. You guys are doing yeoman's work. Good evening, Mayor Adam, council members, Tom Cohen. I'm here on behalf of HCA. I too am a resident of Thousand Oaks. I'm here to speak about the CO zoning to be applied to the Rolling Oaks property. And staff has done a great job in the staff report explaining the purpose of the CO zone and where it is frequently found in our city, 15 locations, and how it serves as a transitional zone to residential uses. And I want to showcase 4 locations shown on the slides before, if you wouldn't mind bringing those slides up. I want to draw your attention to the CO zone properties on Moore Park Road, Orchard Road, and Bridgegate. These are representative of all 15 properties in town. What's important to note, each of these are surrounded by residents on 3 sides. And the single-family homes, the apartments, in the case on Moore Park Road, they're all within 30 to 40 feet of the CO zone buildings, and nothing is further than 100 feet. Each of these commercial office buildings integrates well with the residential neighborhood. The uses are quiet, typically business hours, similar to the commercial office buildings adjacent to Tosh, and certainly will be similar to the Cancer Center proposal. The slides also point out that the Cancer Center is located 175 feet from the nearest apartment unit to the west, 350 feet from the closest single-family home to the east, which sits on a 3-acre parcel, and 630 feet to the first single-family home on Los Padres Drive, which will not see the Cancer Center building because of the hill that intervenes between. Thus, the distance between the Cancer Center and residents is vastly greater than what has been approved throughout the city in prior entitlement applications involving CO zone properties. With regard to the commercial use of the property, Youngset Club ran a childcare business at this location from the early 1970s to the mid-2018. It was a commercial business. 160 kids came through the facility 5 days a week. 2 of mine did, from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. It was a thriving business with cars dropping off in the morning, picking kids up in the early evening. Thus, the comprehensive Cancer Center use would not be the first commercial use of the property. And I would expect it to be as compatible a use in this area, if not more so, than the Youngset Club was for over 40 years. One last thought. Since the city's inception, 1964, this property has been zoned residential, yet it has never been developed as residential. That's a significant indicator of the land's marketability or lack thereof for residential use. At this point, if we have time, I'd like to call up Dave Rand to speak about SB 330 and CEQA.
Thank you, Tom. Good evening, Mayor, Honorable Council. We'll end on a really high, exciting note, Senate Bill 330. I want to close by saying that the city followed every aspect of this important law to the T. The law does not require that a housing project on the rezoning swap site be brought before you. That is not a concept embedded in this law for very intentional reasons, because the law is about no net loss of zoning capacity. The law is about ensuring that your overall zoning construct allows for the same number of residential units if you elect to choose to rezone a residential property to commercial, which, despite all of the state overrides and encroachments into the purview of local land use authority, you still have that right as a council, particularly to rezone properties when it comes to important public benefit uses like this. What the law does require is if units, actual units, are removed through the course of a rezone, then housing units need to be replaced and proposed concurrently. But that is not what is happening here. There are no units that are being displaced. As Mr. Cohen said, this is a site that, while it may be zoned low-density residential, has never been proposed for residential use. The city has selected a rezoning site that is legal and compliant, and the state HCD department wrote your planning department staff after meeting with them and confirmed this is entirely legal. Today I went on HCD's website and I took a review of multiple letters that the city has written, the department has written to cities about SB 330, all saying how they violated the law. Here, the actions taken by your department and the city, the department confirmed entirely legal.
Thank you, Mr.
We encourage you
Rand.
to support this project tonight for this public benefit use. Thank you.
Thank you. There'll be a rebuttal period for you as well. Any questions for the applicant? Mr. Engler?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, several questions, I think. Trying to think who I should call up first. Natalie, why don't you come on up? A couple of questions really on the use of the property. A lot of what the advantage to doing what we may do tonight would be to get this cancer center in town. As our staff said, you don't necessarily have to put a cancer center there. You could put any office buildings there that you wanted. Is HCA committed to doing this? Or is that something that is, can I have you guarantee that this will happen?
Well, we've been working on this for a number of years, and it's taken a lot of work for us to get here. I mean, we feel very strongly about this project. I mean, Dr. Chi jokes that he's been wanting this in his, career for like 20 years in the community because the services for cancer are so fragmented, right? And so this is bringing radiation oncology, medical oncology, imaging, surgical oncology, all the navigation, genetics, the support services under one roof, which our community has never had. Patients have to go to 3, 4, 5 different locations to get the care they need when they have cancer. So we believe it's super important for the community.
Okay, and then you also have a great residence program now at the hospital, which I think we're all proud of that, to have these young doctors learning their craft at our hospital. It's really a good thing to have in our neighborhood. I understand that 60%, 70% of those doctors will stay in the community in which they train, which is heartwarming for those of us of a certain age. The property that, if we decide to do this zoning swap, will be part of your campus. I know that we don't have any guarantee that that will be used as housing. Is that something that has been considered by staff at the hospital to be able to use that now for perhaps targeted apartments for those residents
So like,
or other staff.
at this time, we're just asking to do the swap, and then in the future, we can always reevaluate whether that makes sense to help support our residents and staff.
Okay, very good. I think, let's see if I have any other questions here. I do have one for Dr. Chi. No, if you don't mind, if I keep going. Dr. Chi, if I could ask you, please. Yeah. Get your whole entourage.
He's going to give the question.
The concept is to have this consolidated center for treatment and everything. I've been blessed so far not to have had need for this type of, have not had cancer, so I'm curious if you can lead me through what a typical cancer patient's intake would be and why this center would assist in that and make it a very less threatening and more humane way of going about it.
I'll do my best on that one. So, Sam Slomowitz, I am a Thousand Oaks resident. I live very close to the hospital. I think that what's hard is you're looking at HCA and you're seeing Los Robles, but what you don't realize is that most of the physicians who work at Los Robles are not employed by Los Robles. In fact, other than the residents, there's no one who's actually working for Los Robles. We're all working for various entities, various businesses. I myself work for UCLA. And when we share no medical records with each other than when we fax individual, because that would be a violation of HIPAA and Privacy Acts for other people to access my patient's records. So innately, by having all of these different entities with different businesses and different responsibilities in different specialties, I do something very, very different from Dr. Chi. And we're now reliant on those individual doctors to communicate through approved HIPAA-approved ways to communicate, to share patient information, to coordinate care, which is like saying, if you asked all of the members of the Oaks Mall to coordinate one event together and share information, that's a near impossible task. And if you're the individual consumer, you're now the go-between between all of these individuals. And that's a pretty tall task for someone who's going through what is the worst thing they've ever had to go through, the worst thing their family's ever had to go through. And in those moments, also be responsible for coordinating every aspect of their care. What a cancer center provides is not employing me. A cancer center provides the structure to create the go-between and supportive care services provided by Los Robles between all of these different medical, surgical, radiation oncology staffs, coordination of scans, and if it is most convenient for them, they can do it all in one location at the same time. Right now, you know, they're driving all over town, and they're going to lose half the day just going between all of us. Right?
So you're consolidating. You have caseworkers there, I imagine, or from that's my Red Cross term, caseworker.
Yeah,
you have caseworkers there that would help
they have
navigate
nurse
these
navigators who can navigate, helping coordinate care. I don't know all of the members that they're anticipating of putting in there, but I certainly know nurse navigators which coordinate care already are going to be a large portion of this, and also bringing in not just the physician teams, but the supportive care teams, creating housing for genetics counselors, creating housing for nutritionists to be able to meet with patients and add resources that are currently not widely available across all of our clinics.
Thank you. I appreciate the explanation.
All right. Mr. Newman.
Thank you, Mayor. And I think these are questions for Ms. Musey. Good evening. Thanks for your presentation again. I just want to recap a couple of points we made on yesterday's call. One is that HCA does recognize that housing is an acute problem. This is a point several HCA representatives made on yesterday's call, and in fact is involved with some housing programs at other HCA hospitals in the Houston area. Is that correct?
So I'm not familiar with the program in Houston, but yes, I think we have spoken out even in public saying there is a need in the community for housing. Yeah.
Right. And that was something that HCA is doing elsewhere. And another takeaway I had from yesterday's call was that there's recognition that housing is an acute need everywhere. But again, I just want to reiterate, and this is what I heard on the call yesterday, and you yourself just said, at this time, we're asking to do the swap. That's the ask before us this evening. Is that correct?
Correct.
That's all I had. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Mr. Taylor.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm afraid I'm asking you to come up again. Natalie, Ms. Musi, sorry about that. I got you playing musical chairs. Sorry. My first question, so, I mean, we're seeing vacancy rise in office, I mean, throughout the nation. And I understand that that's industry specific. That's not saying that there's not demand for what you guys are building. But my first question is, did you guys consider occupying available space, and why the decision to not do that versus developing?
Sure. So some of the departments that go into a cancer center are highly specialized. So radiation oncology includes a linear accelerator that has a vault. I'm not a designer, but it has several feet of cement that have to go around the linear accelerator. And so to put something like that in an existing building is very difficult. And so to build something new is easier when we're putting in a lot of this imaging equipment, linear accelerators, PET scanners. And so that was part of the consideration. The other thing was the proximity to Tosh. So Thousand Oaks Surgical Hospital, being the surgical hospital that takes care of a lot of our cancer centers, the convenience to have the cancer center proximal to that was also a factor in our decision.
And then I think you just answered it, but I'll present it anyways. Sure. Was that the decision on why you developed here versus developing at the main campus for that same reason?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. McNamee?
Thank you, Mayor. My questions have been asked and answered, so I'm good. Thank you, sir.
All right, very good, very good. I have a couple, actually. There's been concerns expressed to me about the hours, and 8 to 5, Monday through Friday, not open on weekends. Is that going to be adequate for the foreseeable future?
It is. So all of the departments that will be part of the cancer center are a Monday through Friday, 8 to 5.
Okay. And the idea of locating the cancer center at Los Robles, I read in the staff report there's some concerns about the closeness to the hospital and the potential that it could pose a potential threat to a vulnerable cancer patient. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Well, so I think what they were speaking about there is that's why Thousand Oaks Surgical Hospital is a better location when we have cancer patients that need surgery unless they truly need tertiary care. Because at Thousand Oaks Surgical Hospital, it's an elective, mostly elective procedures. And so the patients there are typically healthier, are not typically carrying different infections. And so that team tends to be a better location for patients that are immunocompromised. Now, there are still patients that we will still have a oncology unit at the main campus for those patients requiring tertiary services.
Okay. All right. And since you mentioned Tosh, Thousand Oaks Surgical Hospital, your proposal for the cancer center is complementary to Tosh in some way? There's going to be a synergy between the two buildings?
Correct.
In what way? How would that be?
So, for example, Dr. Chi is a surgical oncologist, so he could operate there in the morning and then see patients in the cancer center in the afternoon. Patients could go to Tosh to have a biopsy following a scan, and so that's the proximity and the synergy between the two buildings.
So you think they would complement each other?
Correct.
All right. Thanks, Ms. Musi.
Sure.
Oh, and Mr. Engler, go right ahead.
Don't go too far.
That's okay.
The good description by the doctors on the use of this center, this consolidated center. that service is not available anywhere in town now? Is there other vendors or other groups that have that, that ability now in town?
There is not.
Thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you, everyone. And now we're going to go to our public speakers. We do have over 50, so your time limit will be 2 minutes because we want everybody to have a chance to speak. I'm going to call 2 names. So I'll call the speaker, and then I'll call the person that's following that speaker. So obviously, I want the speaker to come to the podium, and the one that is following, there's a chair right down there with the arms on it right next to Ms. Musi. With the following speaker, go to that chair so we can move along as quickly as possible. How's that sound? Good. All right. All right. So we're going to start out with Rick Lemo, followed by Kathy Volz.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, City Management, and extraordinary staff. I usually thank our esteemed council for nobly caring for our city as excellent public servants. However, tonight, my message is much different. I don't come here to praise you, but instead to envy you a little. You have the opportunity to do something not many city councils have. Tonight, you have the opportunity to save lives. You have the opportunity to lighten people's burdens. Tonight, you have the opportunity to give those we love hope. You have the unique opportunity to improve an investment in our community that will help patients learn of cancer diagnosis, utilize state-of-the-art care through both equipment and, most importantly, doctors. Tonight, you can keep people close to their homes for treatment without traveling 2 to 3 hours for care when they are already meeting unreal challenges. No one knows what we learned this week. Cancer can strike like that, and it's affecting a lot of young people. But no one knows when it's going to hit their family. But I do know. My wife was diagnosed with stage 2 breast cancer, and to make matters worse, the BRCA gene. And with the help of doctors here, her life was saved. And I'm grateful. But I know that divine intervention had to help, because 18 years ago, it was suggested she travel hours away to get the care she needed with LA doctors. She chose to stay here, even though 18 years ago, we didn't have a cancer center. We didn't have state-of-the-art equipment. We had to rely on caring, talented doctors like Dr. Chi, Dr. Menko, and Dr. Miller, who was her team. You have the opportunity and, frankly, the privilege to change lives. I hope you will vote for support of this project.
Thank you. Kathy Volz, followed by Diane McKay. Good morning, or good evening. Good morning.
Good evening, Mayor Adam, Council, and wonderful to see so many involved members of the community. I moved to Thousand Oaks with my family in 1966. My father was an airline pilot at a time when Thousand Oaks was also known as Thousand Pilots. And my father, Don Volz, was a routine attendee of your council meetings and often stood at this podium. I moved to the Los Angeles area for college, became a lawyer, raised a family. At a certain point in time, became a member of the UCLA Board of Advisors for the hospital. I'm past board chair. 5 years ago, my dream happened. I was able to move back home, and I'm now a resident of Thousand Oaks for 5 years now. December 22, went in for my routine mammogram, got the very concerned phone call saying, we need you to come back. Was diagnosed with stage 3 breast cancer. With combination of going into Westwood, Santa Monica, dealing with my health with UCLA doctors. I was very fortunate to be able to have my infusions in Westlake Village, but I can tell you how fortunate I feel to not have been raising young children at the time, going through my cancer treatment. I can just tell you that the impact upon a person's life and their family members and their friends to keep their cancer care in a localized, comprehensive area where you're utilizing best practices, state-of-the-art, partnering with UCLA Health, with the City of Hope, that is a beacon that the City of Thousand Oaks could look to as a wonderful accomplishment. And on a lighter note, I was sitting here, I was thinking, truly, a cancer patient makes a lot less noise than preschoolers on the parking lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Volz. Diane McKay, followed by Lauren Lurch.
Good evening, Mayor Adam, Council, City staff. Thank you for your time. For clarity, HCA has not been a client of mine or Mustang Marketing for several years. I am here representing the Chamber of Commerce as their chair and as a resident of the Conejo Valley from, 100,000 people ago in the early 70s. Sometimes in the city boundaries, sometimes in unincorporated, but we are all part of this community. This is a community decision, as it was for those of us that lived near the hospital and worried about traffic and intersections on Lynn Road for the previous expansions and having a Trauma 2 center. We accepted it as a community benefit. It continues to be an important for tens of thousands that live here and the hundreds of thousands more that depend on getting the best of care here near home. This is a modern, comprehensive cancer center, something our community and region deserves and needs. I can't think of a more humane way to treat our residents at a very difficult time than to find the most services in one place. I will not repeat what you will hear likely many times tonight about my experiences with cancer. I have my own stories, but I have been very lucky. This is low impact in hours and low impact in service and visually. It is high impact for those dealing with cancers and many treatments we will be truly lucky to have close to home. Please vote for the whole community. Show grace for those that need these services and gratitude if you don't. It makes the living here special. It's why we are a community. We care about one another. Please vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Lauren Lurch, followed by Heather McCauley.
Good evening, Mayor Adam and fellow city councilmen. My name is Lauren Lurch, and I'm a resident of Simi Valley, but a local business owner here in Thousand Oaks for the past 6 years. I'm here today in support of item 10A, the Comprehensive Community Cancer Center. I'm in an industry driven towards health and wellness, and I unfortunately have more conversations that I prefer centered around chronic and terminal illnesses, cancer being a major one of them. And sadly, I feel like the topic of conversation in our stores about cancer seems to be more and more frequently, especially lately. I feel having a local and centralized cancer treatment center in the community would be of great benefit. I have seen firsthand friends, family, and many clients deal with this terrible disease. Growing up, I watched my best friend travel to her appointments, sometimes 3 hours in traffic to City of Hope to find her proper treatment. My employee, currently on her 8th round of ovarian cancer, currently drives an hour from her home to have her treatments done. Some weeks, she makes those drives daily to get the hydration that she needs. She shared with me about her nauseating car rides where she has to keep a throw-up bag with her during those drives as her nausea flares up during those drives to her treatment. My sister-in-law, thankfully, has had the opportunity to walk to and from her treatment and has expressed how nice it's been to be able to walk, especially with the weather as good as it is here. I believe that's been a huge part of not having as much stress of traffic on those long car rides. When someone goes through cancer, they have a hard enough journey ahead of them. The stress of driving further than they should, especially many times while dealing with the side effects they feel during these treatments, would be much less stress should they be able to take care of many of the treatments local and undergo them under one roof. When looking at this project, I hope you ask yourself, if you or your loved one was fighting this terrible disease, wouldn't you want a treatment center that is clean, professional, state-of-the-art, with local in a centralized location?
Thank you, Lauren.
I sure would. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have Heather McCauley, followed by Julia Ladd.
Good evening, Mayor Adam and council members. My name is Heather McCauley, and I'm the Vice President of Community Partnerships for the Greater Canea Valley Chamber of Commerce. But tonight I'm speaking as a lifelong resident of Newbury Park. In 2017, I was in a medical office with my loved one. I'll never forget the moment the doctor told my loved one, "It's leukemia, and you have to be admitted to the hospital now, and you have 24 hours to make a decision on which specialized hospital you want to go to." I'll never forget the silence in that room after hearing the news. From that moment forward, our lives were changed forever. To describe it, it's like holding your breath. That night, we went to Los Robles Hospital, and we made the decision to start treatment at City of Hope in Durardi, which is an hour and 30 minutes away with no traffic. With traffic, it's often a 4-hour commute. My family and I traveled back and forth from City of Hope for over a year, multiple times a week. With treatment come side effects. We would be driving back home, and my loved one would be in pain and at times vomiting in the car. During treatment, there were times that I was able to get a hotel room, and there's times that I slept in my car at City of Hope because we had to balance cost and I wasn't close to home. During our battle, we had treatment at Los Robles, City of Hope, UCLA, and MD Anderson. I'm truly grateful for the amazing medical hospitals we have access to and that we have choice. Good treatment provides hope. Having this cancer center here would give so many gifts, from the gift of time with your loved one by not having to commute as far all the time, the gift to connect spiritually and emotionally in the healing garden, the gifts of quality care in one place. Also, a better quality of care for the life for the oncologists who work at multiple hospitals. This could give them an opportunity to make this their permanent residence. Seeing community partners bring their strengths together from UCLA Health, City of Hope, and Los Robles Health System makes me proud to be part of this community. Taking this step here in Thousand Oaks would show the residents of Thousand Oaks and those in surrounding areas that we continue to stand by you when faced with cancer, that we support you and your family, that you have choice and access to quality care that continues to put humanity first. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Julia Ladd, followed by Tony Tomopoulos.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. Pleasure to be here tonight. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Julia Ladd, a 20-year resident of Thousand Oaks, and I'm honored to voice my support for the Comprehensive Cancer Center in the proposed location tonight. I also serve as a community advocate on the Los Robles Board of Trustees. And the paramount commitment at every level of the organization is to deliver quality care in the most accessible setting possible. You've heard from our physicians tonight about how important this is in what they can bring in providing that level of care at the next level with this cancer center. Accordingly, what is brought before you tonight aligns with the mission, a sanctuary close to home, where individuals can access treatment, recovery, and vital support in one location in their community. The proposed site is the optimal setting. Its adjacency to the existing surgical hospital, which will create a convenient hub for patients needing services at both centers. There are 2 planned access points directly off the 101 freeway to avoid going through the surrounding neighborhoods as part of a very thoughtful circulation plan that considers the residents, patients, and families. Additionally, as we've heard tonight, the operations are going to be from 8 to 5, Monday through Friday, for scheduled treatments only. There will be no emergency facilities, no sirens, or late-night weekend traffic. It will serve as a tranquil haven for individuals navigating the challenges of cancer treatment, offering a cohesive space for our oncologists and medical team to serve them. I urge you to vote in favor tonight. By uniting in agreement on this project, we can promise patients and families that soon there will be a comprehensive cancer center in a service hub offering exceptional care and a refuge in their community. Thank you.
Thank you. Tony Tomopoulos. You're Tony? Okay. And following Tony would be Christina Farrar. Yeah, he has 2 minutes, and so do you. Oh, you want to switch? Yeah, that's fine. Sure.
Good evening. Thank you very much, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Christina Ferrari, and I'm a proud resident of Thousand Oaks. And I just want to share with everyone that I am a multiple myeloma patient. In 2016, I was diagnosed with this disease. It is a cancer of the plasma of the blood. It's not curable, but it is manageable. And thanks to Dr. Slomowitz here, for the last 8 years, he's been taking care of me. And I've been in remission. It'll be 8 years in May. I'm very grateful for the care that I've given, but I have to tell you, I have been up and down the coast of California for the last 8 years trying to get all the treatments that I needed to get. And when you have cancer, it not only affects you, it also affects your whole family. My children who were devastated, and of course my husband, Tony, who became my caregiver. And he had to take me to all the different appointments that I had to go to. And during that time, it interfered also with his life and what he had to do as far as work was concerned. A lot of people don't understand that when they give you the diagnosis that you have cancer, it not only affects you, it affects your whole family. And that was the most important thing to us, was our family. And it became fractured because we're human. Everybody was afraid. Mama was going to die. He was going to lose his wife. And it's been a very difficult journey for all of us. Having a center where I could go and be able to get everything that I need and not have to go to all these different places, including City of Hope, down, the 4-hour trips back and forth and being sick in the car and coming back and all of that. What I would do to get back all of those wasted hours that I have and to be able to have those hours back again. So I urge you, please, to consider voting to putting this center in.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Tony Tomopoulos, followed by Donna DiCirico.
I'm not going to take the 2 minutes because my wife said everything that she had to say. But just put a human face on this, the caregiver is really a difficult role. And if you can minimize it by having everything in one central location, it has an immense effect on the family. Secondly, fortunately, it hasn't affected us this way, but I've been with a lot of caregivers who have been affected financially because of the time they have to take off to travel to all these places. It's a real hardship on them, on the patient, and on their family. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Donna DiCirico, followed by John Short.
Donna DiCirico, Newbury Park. I'm an RN, and I started my career at a community hospital in West Covina in pediatrics. We began caring for children when a cancer child that was 5 years old came into our department with sepsis. His body was weakened, his family was yearning for more time, and we had never ventured into caring for children before with cancer, and that opportunity to receive quality, safe care in our community at that time was invaluable. Well, Joshie lived, and we found a new hope for those in our community that had to drive to Children's LA, Chalk in Orange County, or to UCLA. We gave our community at the time that I lived in the opportunity to receive care near their home. Their families already struggled with so much, the diagnosis, the treatment, the outcomes, but they never struggled with after the day we began caring for people in our community. We gave the families an opportunity to be part of our hospital family. Being a local community hospital gave them opportunity to receive their treatments near their home. Families were no longer separated by distance. And even more important, they did not have to travel for care. Now imagine, stop-and-go traffic, smells of exhaust, nausea sets in, sweat, fear, your body aches, and you know soon you will be vomiting. Grab your bucket. Try to find your center, calm, open your eyes, and you haven't even moved. I find it astonishing in my own community, in this beautiful city of Thousand Oaks, where you would think the opportunity to allow Los Robles to provide care.
Thank you, Donna. Thank you.
Needs a
John Short, followed by Joyce Maricarelli.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is John Short, and I've been a resident of the city of Thousand Oaks for 30 years. 13 years ago, for unforeseen circumstances, my wife and I adopted our grandson. But before we could adopt our grandson, I had to take a physical and a blood test. After I took the blood test, the doctor asked me to return to his office. I walked in the exam room and waited patiently for the doctor to walk in and utter the most famous words that changes your life forever. You have cancer. His next words were, we will get through this together. For the past 13 years, I've been fortunate and blessed that I have not had to do treatments, but this is not the norm. Many patients here in the Conejo Valley are fighting the fight of their life, battling this terrible disease of cancer. I've emceed the American Cancer Society Relay for Life events in Simi Valley and Conejo Valley for the past 15 years, and I've met amazing individuals that are battling cancer. Many over the years have sadly lost their fight. We in the community need, but more importantly deserve, a place centrally located where the citizens of our community can receive treatment. A place that is easy to access other than a hospital that we know is all a stressful place to navigate. A place where patients who are already stressed, feeling lonely, and a sense of helplessness can receive often life-saving treatments. And in the audience this evening is my own personal oncologist and hematologist, Dr. Shea Ashuri, with UCLA. And I want to thank him for all his work done for me and the countless hundreds of his patients over the year. Dr. Shea, you do the Lord's work, kind sir. God bless you for that. So in closing, as I always do, a special thanks to the City Council and staff for keeping Thousand Oaks a magical place to live, work, and play. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Joyce Maricarelli, followed by Jack Talbot. Sure. You want to go after Lynn Burdick? At some point after Lynn Burdick. Okay.
I have something to show? That does it? Well, it's a pleasure to be here, and gosh, this feels like a hard decision to make here. You're hearing so much from people who have walked through cancer, and I have some points that I want to make. I'm kind of on the other side here, so are we going to see it? Oh, it's up there. Okay. All right. So the thing is that we've heard that that trading, this is off the subject of cancer right this second, that trading the 5 acres there at Rolling Oaks is the same, no net loss, as the some acres on the Los Robos campus. But that's really on paper. And there's housing crisis. Like, that doesn't help anybody in Thousand Oaks that's looking for a place to live. A family, a single mom, the prices are outrageous. So you can feel good on paper that no housing has been lost, but no housing also has been gained by this. And I want to say that they've said the property there on Rolling Oaks, that it has never been residential. It's always been somewhat commercial. The child care, which I used to love to hear the children's playing there. It was not noisy to me. I'm right there across from it. And so, but nobody's put in for it. Since this property's been on the market, it's been marketed to medical facilities and commercial properties. It has not been marketed as a residential product. There is also 3 on the list.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Sorry.
Next
More
is.
people are going to cover a lot of this. Thank you.
All right. Next we have Karen Wilburn, followed by Dave Ganser.
going to speak a little off the cuff. My name's Karen Wilburn. I live in Newbury Park. I am also at a very high increased risk of cancer, having lost my sister to breast cancer, my mother to ovarian cancer, both grandmothers to other types of gynecological cancers. So I take this subject very seriously. There have been many letters in support of the cancer centers sent by cancer survivors where they talk about having to travel to UCLA, City of Hope, et cetera. My question is, and what I'm not really hearing, is why are these people traveling to these areas? And what is this cancer center going to do that is going to no longer require these people traveling to the areas? Everything I understand is really this is a consolidation of services we already have in the Conejo Valley. And the only thing I really heard tonight was the fact that it would be, it would allow to have someone coordinate efforts. But I didn't hear that those coordinated efforts were going to be by medical doctors that were employed, because there a big comment was made that the doctors at the hospital are not employees of HCA. So I really just see this more as a medical coordination effort. And you talk about HIPAA. My husband has a couple of very serious illnesses. One, he needs an infectious disease doctor. One, he needs a kidney doctor. Guess what? He's got great doctors, and those people managed to coordinate his care in a very excellent manner. So the HIPAA is not that's not a prohibitive. So let's hear exactly what this center is going to do that is not available in Thousand Oaks right now, other than having a medical coordinator. And I think the answer is none. So please vote no on this proposal. Thank you.
Dave Ganser, followed by Lynn Burdick.
My name is Dave Ganser. I've owned a home for 36 years in the neighborhood adjacent to the proposed development. I do not support HCA's land use proposition due to, first, its encroachment of commercial development into a residential neighborhood, and second, its disingenuous zoning swap. To be clear, I support residential development on the parcel in our neighborhood, but I do not support the commercial project at this location. First, Rolling Oaks Drive is and has been the dividing line between the residential homes and commercial development in our neighborhood, with residential to the south and commercial to the north. Rolling Oaks was the dividing line when the City Council approved the medical buildings in Tosh on the north side of Rolling Oaks, and when the City Council opposed the encroachment of Oakmont into the residential south side of Rolling Oaks. And today, in 2024, Rolling Oaks still is and should be the dividing line. The residential community on the south side should not be encroached upon by this commercial development and its additional 2,100 vehicle trips per day on our neighborhood streets and exposed to the public safety risk of this commercial traffic. Second, the required zoning swap is disingenuous. I understand the math that the zoning swap complies with no net loss required by SB 330. But the zoning swap is not true to the intent of SB 330, which is to protect housing in California. HCA has stated in public meetings that they have no plans to develop the Jantz Road property for residential purposes. If approved, this project would effectively bury 9 residences in the parking lot of the HCA hospital. The City Council has the ability tonight to send a clear message and reinforce a fundamental tenet that, first, Thousand Oaks neighborhoods are protected from commercial development, and second, housing is a priority in Thousand Oaks, and this type of zoning swap maneuver, which decreases access to housing, is not acceptable. I urge the Council to oppose the land use proposal in this development.
Lynn Burdick, followed by Maximilian Sluter.
I have something to share. Hello, my name is Lynn Burdick, and I actually live on Los Padres Drive, about 400 feet from the site. Because this proposal is exclusively based upon a zone change of a currently residential property within the surroundings of a residential neighborhood, the City Council must reject the proposal. It's not about rejecting a cancer center, especially when the EIR identified Alternative 2 as a more suitable and less impactful place to build it. What is so compelling that the majority of the City Council would do what HCA wants, that would significantly impact the lives of 508 multi- and single-family residents, that would place the cost of the significant impact on the backs of the residents. The community has 15 cancer centers, to include the full-service cancer center at Los Robles Hospital that isn't going away. We also have ancillary services and physicians noted here. What is being proposed based upon the EIR is that this cancer center the services already exist in our community, and that HCA is just consolidating them. Alternative 2 is just over 3 miles from Tosh. If HCA's business model is to use Tosh, but the city should not be deciding how to support HCA's business model. City Council's job is to decide based upon land use planning. Commercial zoning within a residential neighborhood does not fit and is not compatible. I'd like to ask members of the audience, if you oppose the rezoning, please stand up. Thank you.
Thank you. Maximilian Sluter, followed by Barbara Ballinger.
Thank you, Mayor Adam. Honorable council members, my name is Maximilian Sluter. I live on Los Padres Drive in Thousand Oaks. Having grown up appreciating the natural peace, quiet, and beauty of this neighborhood, I want to see it continue as a wonderful place to raise a family in the future. That residential community charm is partly due to the natural environment resulting from the land use policies as described in the general plan. The proposed land use change contradicts the character of the neighborhood, which we've all invested in. Allowing this giant structure to be built in a place that does not belong would be extremely disruptive to this residential neighborhood, including blasting and excavating over 30,000 cubic yards of material when there is an alternative site much more suitable. Reducing the ground cover capacity from 84% to 14% is detrimental to the retention and storage of rainfall, meaning an extra runoff of chemicals from the increased vehicle traffic and extensive paving. Finally, the light pollution from the project would also be much worse than in a residential zone. While the proposed site is to operate 8 to 5, the lighted building and parking lot continues after dark without mitigation. While I've only singled out a few topics, there are plenty to show that the land use designation for this parcel should stay residential and that the cancer center should be built, but in a more suitable location, which is already zoned appropriately and does not cause such environmental destruction. The members of our community support the cancer center in Thousand Oaks, but we do not support this land use change. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Barbara Ballinger, followed by Robert Marcarelli.
It's not showing.
TOTV, there's something to show.
Oh, okay, good. Hi, I'm Barbara Ballinger of Los Padres Drive on Thousand Oaks. Honorable council members and mayor, please protect the residents and honor your word. Do not rezone 400 Rolling Oaks to commercial. In the 90s, we were worried about the 5 large medical buildings proposed. We were promised no commercial would be allowed on the south side of Rolling Oaks, the line of demarcation. In 2016, Oakmont wanted to build assisted living on our side of the demarcation. Wisely, the council decided 4-1 that the building was inappropriate there. David Newman, then on the Planning Commission, called it a large commercial enterprise being plopped down in a residential setting, not consistent with the neighborhood it's in. I remember one of the council members saying the approach from Holland would be going through Tasha's parking lot and not safe. If you drive that, you'll know what I mean. Al Adams said that He had a hard time with the compatibility being so compelling that they should upzone it from rural exclusive to public land. The zone should provide and maintain a rural residential area. This is not an issue of senior housing tonight. And tonight, it's not about a cancer center, but where to put it. We should preserve our neighborhood and the larger area where more houses could be built. We rely on your word, the general plan and zoning, to decide where to buy our homes, our biggest investments. HCA was aware of the zoning when they bought this land and kept it from anybody who might have wanted to put houses on it. Their proposal is even bigger and less appropriate. Please vote no.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Robert Marcarelli, followed by Jacqueline Santiago.
Robert Marcarelli, Thousand Oaks. Thank you for being here tonight and listening to our cause. We believe that the city planners used fuzzy math in order to satisfy the state mandate of no net loss. By limiting the potential of the units on the 5 acres to 9 units, while giving 2-acre parking lot the same 9 units. In fact, there won't be any housing built on the parking lot at all, because the following, which I have on the slide here, the following are the key people who have stated on the record that that 2-acre parking lot will never be developed. On July 8th of 22, Natalie Musi, CEO, said in a printed interview with the Acorn newspaper that no housing will be built on the LRH parking lot. On May 8th, Justine Kindle, city planner, stated during a virtual meeting that no housing would be developed, and then on April 4th of 2023, the COO, Matt Cove, of a hospital, confirmed that HCA would not allow a developer to purchase or build on the Jans Road lot. So we have to believe what they say. Since no housing will be built on the 2-acre lot, we have a net loss of 100%. Whether it's one house or 17 homes, it's 100% loss. To further illustrate, the City Council just approved a plan to build 78 units on 3.8 acres. Bravo. Therefore, limiting to only 9 units, the 5 acres is inconsistent, arbitrary, and it displays a bias. The planners use crazy math to back into their decision. In summary, their rationale that it's equal land swap becomes void since it's based on made-up numbers, and it should be rejected.
Thank you. Jacqueline Santiago, followed by Jeff Moyer.
Hi, my name is Jocelyn Santiago. I'm a resident of Thousand Oaks, but more importantly, I'm a resident of that neighborhood adjacent to the proposed building site. I'm a mom of 3, and while we have heard that the traffic won't go into our streets, my 3 children travel all over that neighborhood. We ride our bikes to the trails, we take walks. That neighborhood, a walk around the block passes that facility. So I've heard 2,100 cars in 8 hours. That's 216 more times I have to yell "car" to my children who are walking along the road. I heard something about dump trucks. My 4-year-old would love that. I'm a little bit more concerned about the traffic. Prior to even knowing about this project, I started documenting the unsafe driving practices. I work for a driving safety company, and because of the apartments, the parking on both sides of the street, Amazon delivery trucks, people trying to parallel park, U-turns, moving trucks, all the things you can imagine for the apartment building, they are double parking along that road all the time. Furthermore, if I can show my cell phone up here, this is what we normally see trying to turn out of the Los Padres parking lot. I mean, the Rolling Oaks, Tosh parking lot. See that? Is it big enough? Well, what you'll see right there, basically, is 2 delivery trucks double parked. Mr. Engler, after our conversation that day on the corner there, that was that very same day. That's what delivery trucks to Tosh bring. So as I'm traveling to and from school with my carpool children, I have 7 kids in my car, I'm constantly having to go into oncoming traffic and get around these delivery trucks and everything else that the apartments bring. So for that reason, I urge you guys to vote no on this project. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, let's go with Jack Talbot. No, I did call Jeff Moyer, and we'll do Jack Talbot afterwards. How's that? Thank you, Mr. Moyer.
No problem. Good evening, City Council, Mr. Mayor. My name is Jeff Moyer. I've lived in the Thousand Oaks community for the last 20 years. I live with my family at 606 Rimrock Road, which is in the Rolling Oaks neighborhood. Fully supportive of a cancer center. I mean, there's no better cause, guys. I mean, the thing that we're struggling with is why here? Why would you rezone something when so many alternatives are already available? This has already been mentioned. So this is the property that is currently at the Thousand Oaks, or rather the Los Robles Hospital. It's the most obvious choice. It's located right next to the hospital, already zoned commercial, no need for an amendment to the general plan. It's already owned by HCA. It's adjacent to numerous cancer treatment options. It's approved for a 3-story building with 67,000 square feet and ample parking. This is also part of the proposed zone swap that everyone here knows that we will never, ever have residential housing built on it. And that's been confirmed by the previous speakers. Option 2, if Tosh is so important, there's 32,000 square feet of office space currently available for lease next to Tosh. So have it there. Great, the space is there. You don't need to actually take away residential housing from the community. Lastly, the third site, 120 Villa Merida, located off of Lakeview Canyon next to the Los Robles Rehabilitation Hospital, 4.42 acres for sale, already zoned commercial, and you can build there to your heart's desire, so plenty of room. You've mentioned tonight, and several times it's been mentioned, there's a housing crisis. I have not read one article about a commercial building crisis. Vote no.
Thank you. Could we please try to hold the applause so we can move through the speakers, if you please. Jack Talbot is up, followed by Ruben Maciel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Honorable council members, my name is Jack Talbot. I'm a 40-year resident of Thousand Oaks. Live over on Carriage Square. We've raised 4 children there, and we chose that as a transfer from the Midwest. We moved out here sight unseen, found this Carriage Square estate, and we decided this is going to be our home. We like the ambiance, if you will. I'm a retired U.S. Army helicopter pilot, and as a result of my service, I was in Vietnam. I sprayed Agent Orange. As a result of that, I have battled 5 different kinds of cancer. As we sit tonight, I'm trying to be a 3-time survivor of that disease. I have no problem with what's going on here as far as a cancer center. What I am saying is it's the location. It's available. It's a viable situation. What we have over here on Rolling Oaks is a fine neighborhood. We have great people here. Look at them all. They are so concerned they came out to speak to you from the heart. It's my hope that you'll listen to us from the heart. In summation, I would urge you to think sincerely about what's going to happen long term, and I urge you to reject this proposal. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Ruben Maciel, followed by Patricia Jones.
Good evening. Ruben Maciel, I'm a resident of Oak Park. And I want to start by saying the following. I think that it will be wonderful if the conversation was not taking place, that we didn't need cancer treatment, then none of us would have to have a loved one go through it. But unfortunately, it's a reality. We keep on hearing histories and stories time and again of what folks go through. And I would ask you to vote yes on this project for the following reason. I also found it interesting that today, Red Cross Day, we had some Red Cross representatives, and they mentioned one thing. They are about taking care of folks in the time they need it the most. The way I see it, that's what this center will do. When a loved one goes through a situation like cancer, having a place where they can walk into one door, get services from the moment they walk in throughout, not only the person going through it, but the loved ones, is invaluable. So I'd ask you to vote yes on this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Patricia Jones, followed by George Jones.
Patricia Jones, 42-year resident of Thousand Oaks, Mayor Adam, and honorable council members. The city council must reject this proposal because it's in direct contradiction to the general plan, which was just approved. If this were a proposal submitted by Amgen, Dole, or Teledyne to building a commercial office building at 400 East Rolling Oaks Drive, the city council responsibility still is not to decide based upon the business model of the company wanting the zoning changed from residential to commercial. The city council's responsibility is to the general plan, land use planning. The general plan did not identify the Rolling Oaks Drive parcel as part of the overall rezoning change. The general plan mentions the word neighborhood 152 times. Preserving neighborhoods is the theme of the general plan, as a city is known for its pleasant single-family neighborhoods that are an ideal setting for families. The goal of land use number 1 is to create a land use pattern of development that preserves existing neighborhoods. The goal of land use number 2, preserve and enhance existing neighborhoods throughout the city. Preserve and enhance single-family and multifamily neighborhoods as low-scale, family-friendly, and safe places to live. Recognize that the majority of residential neighborhoods will experience minimal change over the time horizon of the general plan. This proposal is not a minimal impact on the land or the surrounding residential neighborhood. It is clearly a commercial intrusion within our neighborhood. We ask the City Council to honor the general plan words and vote no to reject the rezoning of this residentially zoned property.
Thank you. George Jones, followed by Brian Retasalso.
Good evening, Mayor Al Adams, City Council members, and executives. I feel like a parent. I'm well into my 80s. I know so many people in this room already. I live in the neighborhood. I worked on the city, on the hospital board of directors. I'm just a parent here trying to make peace and make everybody happy. Is there a way I can do that? I don't know. Like I say, I'm probably the oldest person in the room, well into my 80s, besides Chuck Cohn, who I saw come in later. Peace is my objective. How do we get that? I've owned 2 businesses here. I owned an elder care facility and took care of elders like myself, but a little bit, never mind. Not as bad off as I am right now. I have a lot of points here. I hope I can make them all. My sister died of cancer. I believe we should have a cancer facility here. I spent a lot of my time in healthcare, but I don't want to destroy the neighborhood that I live in. It's kind of stupid, even though I do live in the city. So what do I do? As a parent, how do you settle the argument between your kids? But this is a beautiful neighborhood, a beautiful community, we need to keep the community, and we need to be concerned about everybody here. We can build a cancer facility near Jan's Road. I don't know why we have to bust up the neighborhood to do it. So I love everyone here, and I know so many of you, but let's do it somewhere else, folks. Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you. Brian Radasalso, followed by Elena Radasalso.
City Council and Mayor, thank you so much for having us this evening. We really appreciate it. I have my lovely wife here as my assistant today, so thanks for helping out. I'm not going to be focusing on zoning, traffic, parking, or environmental concerns because I think you're going to hear that from everybody. I'm going to focus on viewshed tonight. And I'm going to start with referencing the Ventura County General Plan, which was last amended in 2015, in section C1. It speaks about conserving Thousand Oaks physical setting and natural scenic resources, beginning with scenic resources, protect and preserve public viewsheds of the mountains and hillsides along roadways, open space, and other key locations. 1.2, preservation of natural land features, preserve significant natural features, including ridges, rock outcroppings, natural drainage courses, wetlands, steep topography, and important landmarks and trees. As you can see in this first image here, the top image is our entire property. On the top there's the ridge line with the telephone poles. The bottom image is the rendering, and you can see that they're actually not compatible. The top image was taken just a couple days ago. Can you go to the next image?
Sorry, okay.
No, let's go to this one. This image here are the actual telephone poles, which is closer to our view. This is from our back patio area by the kitchen. That telephone pole is 45 feet high, and that's as high as the proposed building. Next image. This image here is from the same area. From our patio, you can see the light at nighttime with the ridge line coming down towards Rolling Oaks.
This is the office buildings.
That's the office buildings.
That are supposed to be from 8 to 5, and this is at like
This is at 11 p.m. This image is 11:30 p.m. from our bedroom.
No, from the street on Rimrock.
Oh, okay.
One speaker at a time, please.
March 13th, just a couple days ago at 11:33 p.m. So you can see that it's fairly lit up. And this, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. And now Elena Radasalso, followed by Gary Hartung.
All right, thank you. Dear Honorable Council, thank you for serving our family and our community. I'm Elena Radosovchev. I live at 243 Rimrock, located directly adjacent to the subject property proposing the zone change. During the process of purchasing our home, we met in person with the county and city departments, engaging with staff to fully understand our zoning and land use regulations. We verified the subject property zoning and land use. Because of the subject properties land use currently trying to be rezoned, we moved forward and purchased our home. We entrusted the City Council to ensure stability and protect our homes and neighborhoods by adhering to the current established zoning. Our current local residents need more housing. We are in an urgent housing crisis, not a commercial building crisis. In fact, the City of Ventura is rezoning commercial parcels into residential zoning in order to provide more housing. For the last 10 years, there has been a downward trend on housing supply in our city. See the attached slide provided by our local Canadian Valley Board of Realtors. We must protect our residential zoning with top priority. Zone changes are a major decision and should not be based on an applicant's business model, business opportunities, or financial gain. We all must focus on the most valuable, highest, and best use of irreplaceable land for our generation and the future generation. We don't just want housing to be built on this residentially zoned land. We desperately need this land to remain dedicated for housing. The parcel has the ability to accommodate far more housing and is far more fitting environment than trying to rezone the parking lot at Los Robles Medical Campus. Keeping the current zoning residential will keep our neighborhoods cohesive and connected and have the least environmental impact while maximizing housing available for our residents and the next generation. Given the pressing need for housing, keeping this land residential provides the greatest benefit to our city, community, and to all our surrounding neighborhoods. We can do all the above and still support a new cancer center here in Thousand Oaks, just on a different parcel, which does not need rezoning. My own father passed away last year from a brutal battle with cancer. I support building and development. I strongly oppose this zone change taking place in our backyard.
Thank you very much. Gary Hartung, followed by Christine Scholl. Gary Hartung? Not here. Oh, he is here. That's not Gary Hartung. Okay. We're going to move on to Christine Scholl, followed by Wes Myers. Wes, if you'd come down. Good evening.
Good evening. Nice to see you again, and thank you for serving our city. I live on Los Padres, so I'm not far from the proposed site. And I've been wrestling, and I'm thinking, it's precarious. I can't understand why they would purchase a property on the basis they're commercial, but it's residential. So I'm going back to the beginning. How did this happen? Who told them that it could possibly be commercial? That's my thinking. I'm questioning. And then I'm thinking about the master plan. And mind you, we all came out of COVID. Booster 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, when's it going to stop? And I understand cancer, it almost feels like an epidemic, but I know there are other needs. So I want to get back to the master plan, because you spend a lot of time and effort and conversation, and I'm asking, don't deviate. Please, don't deviate from the plan. Housing. We need housing. So I oppose it. And I don't believe that everyone and their mother is going to get cancer. I'm sorry. You know what I believe? I believe if we will humble ourselves and pray, God will heal our land. So don't believe the lie that everybody's going to get cancer. But if they want to build a cancer center, so be it. And God bless them. But what do we believe? Please don't deviate from the master plan.
Thank you very much. Wes Myers, followed by Tim McGrath.
Good evening. My name is Wes Myers. I live nearby this proposed project. I would like to start off by saying that this council and the ones before it have done an excellent job managing land use. In fact, with things like Measure E at the SOAR at the county level, the city and region have been at the forefront of unique land use policies for quite some time. It has been this local governance creativity that has made this area extremely desirable and economically stable. So we can thank you and all your predecessors for that. But with every hero comes a villain. The villain tonight is Sacramento. There's a saying, if brains were dynamite, Sacramento couldn't blow its own nose. But in all seriousness, my concern with this proposal is the attempt to satisfy the state's requirements while losing sight of our own local policies. There is so much focus on the technical details of the general plan and mitigation measures that it clouds the fact that this is a proposal to put a commercial land designation in an area surrounded by residential and rural uses, while at the same time put a detached island of residential designation in the middle of active commercial uses. We're buried by pages of documents here, but nothing says in plain English that even with the swap, this is a proposal to remove 3 net acres of residential land from a city that cannot physically grow outward anymore. It's not a bad project, and there was some great design and thought put into it. However, the concept of checkerboarding land use designations for the purpose of meeting state requirements is a bad idea. It takes all the work you and your predecessors have done in the past and by creating unique and strong zoning policy over the years, and suddenly makes things 100% negotiable moving forward. Honestly, this physical project being built will not likely affect my way of life or property values very much. However, the council approving this project would take the city down an irreversible path
Thank you
that would
very much.
negatively affect the future.
Tim McGrath, followed by William Kohler.
Hi, Council. Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Tim McGrath, and I'm a Conejo Valley resident since 1987. And I'm no stranger to cancer. As a teenager, my father passed away from cancer, and 3 years ago, my wife, Tori, passed away in 2020. It's likely everybody here has been negatively touched by cancer. It's a horrible disease. I think we all agree on that. It's just a matter of where should a cancer center go, right? So if you look here on their website, if it's on the screen, it talks about it already being a cancer center at the current hospital location. I agree, because I spent a lot of time there and I didn't have to travel, as has been talked about, to City of Hope or Santa Monica or LA. We stayed here and it was great. But that's not why we're here tonight. We are here tonight about a precedent-setting land zone change proposal. Simply put, the request for a zone change on this Keystone property from residential to commercial threatens to forever remove the opportunity for you, the City Council, to preserve the stability of two local neighborhoods. I'll admit, it's a very clever attempt to pull on the heartstrings to improve someone's purse strings. But since 1964, the TO Planning Commission and the City Councils have done a great job in guiding development with thoughtful zoning policy for optimal land use. The general plan has been mentioned many times, updated recently in 2023, and the 1988 Ridgeline study adopted in 1991 have been used together as guiding documents to ensure the best quality of life for the citizens of Thousand Oaks. I'm putting up a document in the Ridgeline study that found that it took 4.5 years to produce this general plan, and I did find in the specific call out on the Ridgeline study that it demonstrates the importance of the open space and ridgeline preservation, which is directly adjacent to the parcel under review tonight. I ask you to please maintain the integrity and legacy of the City of Thousand Oaks by voting no on this land use proposal, this land swap, based on what have been published in your own guiding documents. Thank you.
Lisa DeLallo, followed by Susan Goldbranson. William Kohler. Lost my place there. William Kohler, followed by Lisa DeLallo. Thank you, Mr. Kohler.
Mayor Adams, council members, good evening. Staff. I'm a 40-year resident of the Conejo Valley and a property owner here at Thousand Oaks. I've looked at the project. I have examined projects like this in the past, and I find that not only is this a badly needed project, but the area that people are talking about that are so concerned of the change from residential to commercial, if it was a desirable residential use, there would be somebody looking to purchase that property. There hasn't been any movement on that property. People that are concerned about, and I understand being concerned about the noise and traffic that a project can generate. But this is a project that will be 8 to 5, Monday to Friday. There will be no nighttime use that would interfere with people in their homes or the weekend. So the impact from that use is going to be minimal, I think, to the housing. The land swap, we can't project what will happen in the future should the SB 330 be approved, but we don't see anything on the horizon for the subject property either. If Dr. Chi is correct, if we look around the council chamber tonight, every woman sitting here, 1 in 3 of us, or 1 in 3 of you will have developed cancer. Gentlemen, 1 in 2 of us will. I am a cancer survivor. I did make the trip to City of Hope. That isn't the reason I'm supporting the project. I believe time has come to develop a regional center that can treat the residents here, not only of Thousand Oaks, but the Conejo Valley. I urge you to approve the project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Lisa DeLallo, followed by Susan Goldbranson.
Good evening, Mayor Adam and council members. My name is Lisa DeLallo, and I live east of the development. Many of us here tonight have dealt with cancer in one way or another. I lost my dad, my brother, and my husband Richie to cancer. We are very fortunate to have so many facilities and resources in our community right now. I know the cancer system, having navigated a 4.5-year battle with my husband's head and neck cancer. I know the oncologist is the gatekeeper, referring patients to a team of specialized doctors and surgeons, some not here. All these appointments take place over weeks and months, and traveling to them was never a burden to my family. HCA's proposal suggests that putting this all in a building will make cancer treatment more convenient. My goal was always to find the best treatment, not the most convenient treatment. Having lived in Conejo Valley for 60 years, I have seen a lot of change to our small town. I wish our valley could stay as it was when I was growing up, but we all know change is inevitable, and I understand that. What I don't understand is the proposal that is upon us tonight to rezone much-needed residential land to commercial. Los Robles' #1 objective for wanting the cancer center at the Rolling Oak site is for synergy of being next to Tosh. I'm having a hard time finding the correlation between the two. Tosh has operated for nearly 20 years without a cancer center across the street. Is Los Robles' desire to be adjacent to the outpatient surgical center worth changing the project site from residential to commercial? Is it worth the removal of 14 protected oaks? Is it worth grading into slopes and hillsides to accommodate this massive footprint? Is it worth violating the trust the community has placed in the general plan when there are several
Thank you.
other alternative
Thank you.
locations
Susan
zoned
Gulbranson,
commercial?
followed by Blake Landis.
Good evening. I'm Susan Gulbranson, and I live in Thousand Oaks. I oppose the rezoning swap of the property on Rolling Oaks with the parcel on Jans that will result in the loss of usable land for housing. My family knows the impact of the housing shortage here, especially for those with low or moderate incomes. My eldest son is disabled. A milestone goal of his was to live independently. He works at a grocery store in TO and doesn't make a lot of money. He doesn't drive, so commuting from outside Conejo Valley wasn't very feasible. He was on housing waiting lists for many years, such as with many mansions and the county's area housing authority. Staff at these organizations would universally say that the wait lists far outnumber the available units. Be patient. Anyway, last year, a suitable apartment became available from the area housing authority. This was after he was on their wait list for 9 years. 9 years. I mean, but it was a miracle that he finally made it to the top of the list, I guess. So please, let's not forget about those that face special hardships in securing housing. It's been established that our community needs more housing. This slide depicts just one possible option for the Rolling Oak site, should it ever be commercially marketed as such. The proposed zoning swap will remove acreage for housing forever. Please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Blake Landis, followed by Charles Cullen.
Thank you, Mayor and council people, I guess you'd call them, men and women. So I had a few things I was going to say, and then I realized, hearing all the people talk about how horrible cancer is, none of the people that are against the cancer center being in the neighborhood are against cancer. And somehow, I'm not going to accuse anybody, but it is frustrating as hell to hear people talk about, I have to go here, I have to go here, I have to go here. I think that's absolutely horrible. But building this cancer center here, I have not heard one person or any point of evidence state that you will not have less of a commute to go to City of Hope or wherever, because all of the services that are being provided currently in the Conejo Valley are still going to be provided. Nothing is going to change with that. And to talk about, well, you know what? There isn't any housing being used there. You know why? Because you purchased the property off market and sat on it. So for me, I get a little bit angry when I hear about things that are disingenuous. Talk about all the things you did great, all the things you did right. You have property that could be used for housing. You purchased it, you sat on it. You talked about cancer being horrible. Everybody agrees cancer is horrible, but it doesn't change the fact, regardless of the good that cancer centers provide, that you have it in a place where it should not be. And that's not going to change. And whoever told them it's a commercial property, but go ahead and buy it, sit on it, and you know what? Maybe we can turn it into residential. You can buy it for pennies on the dollar because commercial property is a lot more expensive than residential. So get it cheap, sit on it, turn it into something. It's a slippery slope, council. So I urge you to vote no.
Thank you. Charles Cohen, followed by Monica Murrieta.
I was waiting for Chuck. You threw me off. I'm a resident, and tonight's hearing deals with change. Change is always provocative, but change is part of nature. And the general plan and the zoning ordinance are things that need to be looked at with a sense of what is the current need, what is the current usefulness of a property, not what it necessarily is labeled. I'm here to urge you to approve this vital facility despite neighbor perceptions, a relatively benign and compatible location across the closest street from a surgical center and a concentration of medical services already. We're not introducing a new use to this neighborhood. You all know of my recent experience with oncology. Despite the outcome, the death of my wife, my sense of the medical expertise and care extended to her by our hospital and its people was nonpareil. I indulge one historic anecdote. I cast a yes vote about 1967 for Los Robles Regional Medical Center as a member of a predecessor city council. The opposition, based on concerns or fear of the unknown effects upon the home and neighborhood, was fierce, far more so than the more respectful comments heard tonight and at the Planning Commission. That neighborhood contained 100% single-family
Thank you.
detached homes.
Thank you. Time's up.
Thank you. Sorry for that.
All right. Next, Monica Murrieta, followed by Mike Nichols.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members and staff. I am Monica Murrieta, a resident of Ventura, but the executive director here in Westlake Village of Cancer Support Community, and we have been in this community for 33 years. This is not just a cancer center that we're talking about tonight. We're talking about building a community for cancer patients and their families. 42% of our participants reside right here in Conejo Valley. Besides a cancer diagnosis, our participants tell us that the primary stressor in their life is the financial burden of cancer treatment. I know this personally. Today marks my 4-year anniversary of my last treatment, my last radiation treatment after breast cancer. I am so thankful for good insurance, but there are always other costs. There are always out-of-pocket costs, sometimes into the thousands of dollars. Not all of our cancer patients have adequate insurance. The stress of needing to travel outside of the area and the burden on the family, time off work, the cost of travel and the stress of traffic could be alleviated with a local cancer center. I received all of my cancer treatment near my home in Ventura at the Coastal Cancer Center. My oncologist, radiation oncologist, infusion center, and cancer resource center were all in the same building. The close proximity made it convenient for multiple visits within the same day when I was not feeling well. My doctors would frequently stop by while I was in the infusion center just to check in. These encounters always gave me and my daughter comfort, strengthening the physician-caregiver relationship. My doctors and nurses quickly became part of my healing community. Thank you for considering the greater good tonight when making this
Thank you
decision.
very much. Mike Nichols, followed by Robert Cashier.
Council members, Mayor, my name is Mike Nichols, resident of Thousand Oaks. First, before I start, I'd like to just see if we can get some clarity on one item you mentioned earlier. From my recollection of the last time we talked about Oakmont, the footprint of the building was 75,000 square feet, but the actual square footage was 45,000 square feet, which would make this proposal more than 20% larger. So you might want to ask for a clarification on that. I'd like to ask the council to consider this item before its vote tonight on the HCA expansion. In reading the no net loss law, I see that the only attempt of the law is to keep at a minimum the net housing units available to the city. While the no net loss law was not specifically addressed to this project does fall short of meeting its requirements. In order for HCA to comply, it has changed the zoning of the current property that it owns on Jans Road. For a true comparison, the council should evaluate the Rimrock property with the same criteria. You can't take a property not zoned, zone it to what you prefer, but not zone the opposing property with the same criteria. All you're doing is comparing apples to oranges instead of apples to apples. By doing this, the city is having a net yield of less property. The law is not only about keeping residential units, but also not losing residential units. The property that is on Rimrock could easily be rezoned to the same criteria as what they're doing for Jans, which would double its units and give the city 18 units of residential versus the 9 units, increasing the housing. So I think the city should really look into that and take consideration. I urge the city to reevaluate this use of the law, and this case would minimize the likelihood of this land and its possible units being available, and to eliminate the possibility of expanding the city's housing shortage that would otherwise still remain possible.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Robert Cashier, followed by Daniel Borgia.
My name is Robert Cashier, and I'm appreciative to be here this evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. I want to show a photo here. Get it up here. Can you see that? This is Rimrock Road during a rainy season. And you can see there's extensive flooding that occurs basically at every time that it rains in the area. The drainage, which is over on the east side of the proposed development, which is being called vacant land, is owned by the Canal Recreation and Park District, and a proposed park is going to be put there. My concern is what is going to be the dual impacts of the stormwater and the stormwater pollution that will be coming from this location of the proposed building site onto these 2 acres, which is going to be a park, and then onto Rimrock Road, which is already flooding. And the EIR demonstrates areas of drainage going out the east side, and I do not feel that that has been addressed. Secondly, just a couple points of clarification. The Youngset Club was not zoned commercial. It was given a special land use permit and was run as a children's daycare center. So it was never zoned commercial. Since the property then went on the market, Oakmont made an offer on the property. But that offer was contingent upon obtaining a zone change. After that fell through, Los Robles Hospital purchased the property over 6 years ago. This property has been tied up in the hands of large corporations over the last 8 years, rendering it totally off the market for any other developer, specifically even residential, to even be able to approach purchases of that property. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Daniel Borgia, followed by Brian McQueenie.
Good
Good evening, Mayor Adam and council members. Danielle Borgia, President and CEO of the Greater Conejo Valley Chamber of Commerce and also a Thousand Oaks resident. One of the most important components of this proposal is the spirit of partnership. It's not every day that we see leading healthcare companies like UCLA Health, City of Hope, and Los Robles collaborating on a vision to create a comprehensive cancer center to benefit all of their patients. In addition to the collaboration inside the building, CRPD will have an adjacent healing garden, providing a beautiful outdoor space as an alternative to waiting room for family members. From an economic development perspective, the project reinforces the city's commitment to leading medical innovations by fostering our biotech hub, which includes companies developing solutions that this center may one day use for their patients. We should be welcoming this type of investment in our community, just like we roll out the red carpet for our biotechs. This site is an ideal location. It sits arm's length from Tosh and a number of other existing medical buildings. The architecture is designed to complement these existing buildings and has freeway access both north and southbound. Another added benefit is the high-wage jobs in the healthcare industry. As the least affordable county in the nation, not a category you want to be at the top of, the Center for Economic Forecasting and Research continues to reinforce that adding high-wage jobs will be the key component to increase housing affordability in our community. This is not about 9 units. Please approve this project tonight and recognize both the measurable and immeasurable benefits of this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian McQueenie, followed by Donald Morris.
Good evening. Brian McQueenie, Thousand Oaks. I feel like this is a fight I've been having most of my life. I can go back 40 years and point to the shopping centers today where I rode yesterday. Every time we drive to my wife's childhood home, she points to developments sitting where her horse was stabled. We came from the San Fernando Valley 24 years ago, and I can't tell you how depressing it is to look at the open spaces we hiked and rode in and see how developments crept in, one planning decision at a time. Tonight is one of those inflection points. Bad planning is not a grand conspiracy, it's death by 1,000 cuts. It's the result of good people looking at trees, not the forest. So how do we reconcile conflicting demands? We draw lines. We say you can build commercial on this side and you can't on that side. Then families like mine can plan where to move with their horses. We moved here because of those lines, the promise behind those lines. And businesses can plan to build their cancer centers. The problems, like the problem here tonight, is when someone changes the rules. Death by 1,000 cuts. I can say many things at this point. I can say just because you can do something doesn't mean you should do something. I can say HCA knew this land was zoned for housing when they bought it, and they're gambling here tonight that they can change the rules, no matter the effect on their neighbors. I could say HCA had a vision for this cancer center before it established the need for it. But here's what I will say. The current project, as presented, fails the neighborhood and it fails the community. The city got it right in 2016. The general plan promises it now, and I hope the council gets it right this
Thank
evening.
you.
Thank you.
Donald Morris, followed by Patrick McGinnis.
Mayor, councilman, I'm Don Morris. I'm a citizen of Thousand Oaks, not the Conejo Valley. And I'm retired, and I have no financial interest in the hospital, although I have used it since my son was born there in 1970, and I've lived in my current house right up the hill from this location for 30 years. I urge you to approve the requirement, the request for change and the building of this facility. I believe we've heard tonight that they're going to have new facilities inside, and it's right, and it's next to the hospital, which is an important issue. Having currently being the caretaker for a person, my wife, with cancer, I understand, and I just looking at the plans, the details, what's inside haven't been discussed, but you look at the outside, and you can see that it has been designed with thought. And there's three things that I could see that are very important for people with dealing with cancer that are very nice about the development of this facility. Looking just primarily at the external, there are three features presented that are helpful. The flat parking lot is extremely important when you're very weak and you're trying to get in, and it's they've made the whole parking lot level where it's easy for cancer people to get to it. Secondly, right now you have to go.
Thank you, Mr. Morris. Thank you. Frank McGinnis, followed by, no, that's our last speaker in person, then we're going to go to some Zoom calls. Mr. McGinnis.
Hi, good evening. Sorry I have no lower teeth. In 1998, I was examined by Dr. Talfatera at UCLA Hospital. They told me I had 30 days to get tongue cancer surgery or I would be dead. I drove in from Malibu, I lived at that time, and it was a pain in the ass driving in on Pacific Coast Highway. I had the surgery 30 days later and got to see March Madness at the hospital. I understand why everybody says I'm a NIMBY. I'm not. I'm a MIMBY. My neighborhood is okay. And I think people don't realize when you have cancer and you feel like you're going to be dying, mine was described as stage 5 tongue cancer. I cleaned B-52 bombers during Vietnam, and I was exposed to Agent Orange, and radiation in the bomb bays has a half-life of 10,000 years. So all you people say, why can't you drive 6 hours round trip? You're nuts. Anyway, I looked at the mob here tonight. I thought I was at a Donald Trump MAGA rally. I'm waiting for each one of you to have a noose hung in a tree outside your house. I'd rather see Donald Trump dead than not have a cancer center in Thousand Oaks. Thank you.
All right. We're going to go on to Zoom calls now. All right. First up is Jackson Piper.
Good evening, members of the City Council and City staff. Thank you. My name is Jackson Piper, resident of unincorporated Newbury Park. I'm a housing activist with Ventura County YIMBY and Conejo Housing Coalition. Speaking for myself tonight, I have no problem with this project in terms of developing a cancer center for Thousand Oaks in this site. It seems like it'll be a benefit to the community. I think the city staff has done a good job of explaining how traffic and parking aren't going to be a concern. I understand that there are concerns about it because of potential impacts to the neighborhood, but I don't think it'll be a problem. And I do think that there's an attempt to blend this into the neighborhood so it's not, you know, an offensive Hulk looming over everything. But I think it's a benefit. But I do have concerns about the swap of the zoning of the current 9 vacant residential parcels at this site for what is going to be at maximum 9 residences at the Los Robles site on 2 acres on land at an intersection that is a major intersection for the city, where you could fit so much more housing. And I understand Measure E doesn't really allow us a lot of leeway here, but I think there's something that needs to be reconsidered with that. 9 single-family residences, which is what they would be, are not going to be affordable housing. They're not going to trigger the inclusionary ordinance. Even if they did, that only means that 5% of the units, so 5% of the cost would be affordable. There needs to be a substantial amount of housing developed to provide affordability for the hospital staff, for other residents in the city, and so I just think it's ridiculous to give 2 acres away for 9 probably never going to be developed units. Thank you.
Thank you. Robbie Gluckson is up next.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I just wanted to thank everyone for coming out tonight. It's an important community matter. I've had people who I love throughout my whole life who have been affected by cancer, and I really hope that everyone thinks long and hard about all these incredible people in the Conejo Valley who have been treated by such an amazing array of people. And I am in favor of this because I think it's so important that we have a cancer center in the Conejo Valley with such incredible world-class services where all of the organizations can work together. Thank you.
Thank you. Keo Matsumoto. Keo? No. All right. Let's go on to Scott Horn. Scott Horn. Doesn't look like it. I think we may have one more speaker here in person. Would that be Jim Weintraub? There he is.
Thank you. I'd like to note from a statement made earlier by a city planner, Justine. She stated there would be landscape around the building. Ventura County Fire Department requires 100 feet of defensible space. They would only be able to achieve 85 feet on the eastern side of the project. The other 15 falls on a resident's property. For fire safety reasons, no trees or landscape can be planted to shield or soften the building from neighbors to the east. For the record, I've been a member of Las Robles for over 40 years. Before I was a member of Las Robles, I happened to be a chemical engineer. It just seems to me, if you have a hospital and commercial space next to the hospital where you can build a bigger building, you might want to think about doing that instead of impacting all the people who came today who thought that they would be in a neighborhood which would be protected by the general plan and was represented by you and your predecessors. Thank you.
Okay. All right. I want to thank all our public speakers for participating. And this is the time where we would go to staff responses. I'm going to take a little 5-minute break here, and then we'll come back to that. Please take your seats. We're going to resume the meeting. Thank you. All right. Thank you. So, this is the time during the meeting that we go to the staff. after they've listened to public comments and see what their responses might be. Who would like to lead it off?
I will.
Oh, okay.
All right, so Council, you heard a lot of comments tonight regarding concerns over the transfer or land swap of residential units, 9 units from the proposed Cancer Center site to the Los Robles campus. First of all, in your supplemental correspondence, I think it was supplemental 3? I think it was supplemental 3, thanks, Scott, is a correspondence from HCD because they actually did receive a complaint or inquiry regarding this process. So first of all, let me tell you a little bit about the State Housing and Community Development. They are the enforcement agency related to compliance with state housing laws, and their focus is on ensuring that cities comply with all housing laws, including SB 330. And for those who do not know what SB 330 is, it's a law that was passed some years ago that requires that any land use approvals for a specific project or for a change in zoning or land use designation, that cities must ensure that there is not a reduction in housing capacity or designation of land. It is not project specific. In other words, it's not that you have to build the housing. Cities' obligations are to ensure that there is capacity in its zoning code and in its land use general plan to ensure that housing can be built that meets its city's housing obligations. So again, a technical inquiry was filed with HCD questioning this land swap or transfer of units. First and foremost, this is actually the first time that the city has had to apply this type of a process, and that's because it's a relatively new area of law. There are cities throughout the state that do implement it this way, and it's something that every city in the state of California has to comply with. But for the city of Thousand Oaks, this is the first time we've ever had to do that. We're also competing with Measure E, which also places a cap on residents. So this city in particular is faced with a no net loss and not one more situation. So we have to be really careful and practical as to how we consider all of our development applications. In this particular instance, though, HCD did evaluate it and concluded that the city fully complied with SB 330. And in fact, they said, because the proposal includes a loss of 9 hypothetical residential units on one site and the gain of 9 hypothetical residential units on another site, this rezone meets the requirements of the law, and that is to make up for a loss in planned residential unit capacity. In other words, what HCD is saying is that it is not an obligation for the city to ensure that a housing project is built. The city's obligation, the only obligation under SB 330, is to ensure that the capacity, the number of units that is permitted to be built in the city, remains the same, or at least does not go less than what it currently is. And that's what this does.
And so that means that the property that's been swapped, there's no requirement that a project be proposed to allow that swap.
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay.
You have examples throughout the city where it is zoned residential and has not been developed with residential units right now. This property will be no different.
Okay, thank you. And to my right.
And I'll follow up with that to build on the answers provided by the city attorney. The redesignation of land in a general plan or a zone change, it's a standard practice in planning in terms of entitlement. It's contemplated that land use will change to meet the needs of the city or the property owner at some point. This is particularly common primarily because you're talking about long-range planning documents of a general plan that extends to 2045, or a zoning ordinance which runs with the land until it's recontemplated as policy by the city council. The general plan update in general focused on creating new opportunities for residential on non-residential lands. And really what that means is there were commercial properties that were reimagined to consider the possibility that residential can be built on those properties, which is very similar to the situation that's being evaluated tonight. Just as part of that general plan process, City Council considered approximately 260 acres of commercial land, and that was transitioned to, say, mixed use or some other form of residential to help the city meet their obligation for creating the capacity, as stated by the city attorney, for potential housing there in the future.
The general plan itself did not focus on removing residential from existing residentially designated lands. And from that perspective, this falls within that guidance and those guidelines established by the general plans and the policies within. And with that, I'll turn to Justine.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to pick up where you kind of left off as well with stating that changing designation changes like this is a normal, reasonable request. Every city has a process to allow for changes to land use designations, including the city of Thousand Oaks. And for decades, the city has processed these land use changes based on applications by property owners, such as the one that we received, which is before you this evening, and based on policy decisions of the city council. The city council, just made numerous changes to land use designations to allow for significant housing project opportunities throughout the city. I also want to note that part of staff's review of this project and every project was to assess consistency with the general plan. And actually, because of the timing of this project, we assessed the consistency with both the past plan and the plan that was recently adopted. I want to be clear that there is no need for the type of zoning to be the same from one site to another, just for the total residential capacity to be the same overall. And I want to maybe show. Hopefully this provides a little bit of clarity in terms of the math used. Again, residential density capacity is the size of the lot times the maximum density allowed, and the density allowed is determined by the zone of that property. So in the case of what we call the sending property of 400 Rolling Oaks, that zoning designation allows hypothetical 9 units. And because the receiving property is smaller, that zoning designation has to be different to allow a different maximum density allowed. So the math is presented here, and that provides the same hypothetical number of units, 9 units. So just want to be clear that that is not a requirement that the zoning designations be the same from one site to another. The commercial office zone, which is being proposed, I want to note again that throughout the city, this designation is next to and among residential zones. That is purposeful. It's a transitional style zone. Just want to clear up the numbers one more time. The footprint of the proposed Oakmont development was 39,000, roughly, a little bit less. That's the footprint of the building, with the total square footage, right, because it was a multi-story building, being 75,000, which is more than what is proposed currently. Also want to reiterate that that project was an all-night operation, 24/7, and it included car storage for the residents on site. And we didn't discuss this earlier, but that designation was to be a public lands, which is different than what is being proposed. Again, this is commercial office, and the commercial office designation is consistent with the adjacent properties, which was not the case really with the Oakmont proposal, and that was part of the issue there. Commercial traffic is unlikely to travel on residential streets, and we can talk more about that. Public Works can address that more if needed. This is not a site which would reasonably accommodate affordable housing. This is the 400 Rolling Oaks site. If it were to be developed consistent with the zoning that it has today, it would not reasonably accommodate affordable housing unless you, of course, consider the potential ADU and SB9 units that could possibly be built with the associated single-family lots. We saw some designs for multifamily and higher density subdivisions here tonight. Measure E would not allow for the upzoning of either property. However, it is far more likely that the Jan site could potentially see something that would take advantage of density bonus law. The alternative sites explored by staff are not appropriate for both land use planning and environmental reasons, and our CEQA consultants can get more into the alternatives that were explored and why they were deemed inappropriate from an environmental review standpoint. I'll pass the baton to my colleagues here, but I'm happy to talk more about any of these points.
And thank you, Justine, and others that have already spoke. Going back to the land use matters really quick, we wanted to make sure on the record that everyone knows that the sites that we're talking about were not identified in our housing element as housing sites for purposes of affordable housing as well. There have been a number of comments about the aesthetics and scenic resources and those type of concerns. Our policies in our books, both the general plan as well as adopted resolutions, do look at scenic guidelines, and we went through a comprehensive analysis of that in our approval. First and foremost, our scenic resources, we look at it from the public right-of-way towards these properties, and specifically from designated areas. And the one that's the nearest the site is Highway 101. And if we're looking at this property from the 400 Rolling Oaks property from the 101, it's already hard to see because of the Tosh building that's in front of it. And as we did our analysis of that project, it is consistent with all the policies that we have in that adopted resolution. There were some questions about lighting, and just to give some comfort, there were a couple, actually many lighting conditions that we had, but two of these in particular that I'll specify. Condition 119 is the one that includes the standards about shielding, downward directed light, having cutoffs at the property lines. And then condition 122 is the one that requires the dimming of the parking lot lighting for this particular building after hours. The Tosh building that we saw some photos of does not have that same condition, so this would be operating differently from that. The Tosh building, by contrast, is a building that operates after these hours. So when this building goes dark, in terms of operations, lighting would be curtailed. We did want to call up our Public Works colleagues to talk a little bit about traffic and a little bit about stormwater. So we'll call them down to the microphone for that. And then following Public Works, we'll ask Kristen Stoner from DUDAC, our environmental consultant, to briefly talk about the alternatives, alternative 2 in particular. And we also have a noise specialist to talk about some noise, how we analyze noise, since there were a number of comments in the supplemental packet regarding noise. So with that, over to you, Mark.
I would like to follow up on the traffic and parking concerns that were brought up. As noted previously, CEQA does not recognize traffic congestion and parking metrics for determining a transportation impact. Per the VMT analysis conducted, the project does not result in significant transportation impact under CEQA. Many of the concerns raised are outside the scope of the proposed project. For instance, the concerns of parking. Those concerns will be addressed administratively outside of CEQA in this development proposal by Public Works and/or Thousand Oaks Police Department. The truck loading and unloading concerns at Tosh were communicated to Tosh and the HCA staff last week, who are working to convey the appropriate loading operations to all vendors. There was also a concern brought up about the added traffic in the neighborhood. It is not anticipated that traffic from the project site will go through the neighborhood because doing so would be a much longer route, over 150% longer in length. Rolling Oaks Drive provides the shortest, most direct route from the project site to Moore Park Road and the freeway. There is no incentive for a driver to go through the neighborhood and increase their travel time and distance to get to their appointment. Also, in regards to the estimated 2,100 daily trips, the trip generation estimates are based on surveys of facilities all across the United States. The medical office trip rate was applied to the project, but this rate is an average of a variety of medical offices that likely generate trips more than a cancer center, which in this case is by appointment only. Furthermore, it was mentioned previously, but there's the existing medical offices in the vicinity create a synergy where a patient could have an appointment at one medical office and then go to a nearby medical office for a different service in a single trip, which reduces overall traffic and vehicle miles traveled. The synergy is known as internal capture, which again reduces the number of vehicles and the trip lengths. And I think that about covers all the traffic, and I'm here for any questions.
Good evening, Mayor Adams and council members. I'm Brad Bussell. I'm in the Public Works Department. I want to briefly discuss the drainage patterns of the existing lot and talk about the water runoff from the project. The existing drainage pattern for the existing parcel mostly drains to the east and north towards Rimrock Road. The proposed project is proposing to split the drainage pattern with probably 50% still draining to the east, 50% draining to the west. And with our MS4 drainage, our stormwater permit, the project is going to be required to treat the stormwater. So all of the stormwater that's on the site now will have to be retained and detained on site before it's released. And all the water is going to have to be filtrated either through biofiltration devices or filter devices. So it'll all be filtered before it leaves the site.
And Kristen, if we could have you and Michael talk about sound and the alternatives, that'd be great.
So the EIR looks at 4 alternatives. The no project, no development, zoning compliant alternative. Those both would have lesser impacts overall, but they don't meet most of the project objectives or any of them. The alternative 2 would result in overall greater impacts to aesthetics, air quality, cultural resources, tribal cultural resources, paleontological resources, energy, and noise. Because the Jans Road site is 2.14 acres, there would need to be a subgrade parking structure under the underground parking area. It would be about 18 feet in depth and would require more intensive construction, and and that's the reason why there were some greater impacts associated with that. We also looked at a single-story alternative 3, that would, oh, and one more thing about alternative 2. It does meet most of the project objectives. It does fall short in meeting objectives 1, 2, and 4. So that's objectives related to proximity of the cancer center to the existing TOSH, key transportation corridors, and then, let's see, yeah. So, and then we looked at one more alternative, single-story comprehensive cancer center at the site, and that would, again, it would meet most of the objectives, not all of them, and would result in some greater impacts as well. So, overview of alternatives.
Does that conclude staff response?
We do have a noise consultant. We would like to make a few comments. He's available on Zoom. We're just taking a second to pull him up.
Certainly.
Oh.
Michael, if you could start speaking.
Let's move on. We can come back to that.
Okay.
All right, well, we'll do just that then. Would that be it with staff comments? Any further questions from the council? Mr. Egler?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A lot of the folks here, I think, support a cancer center because everybody, like we've agreed, I think, is affected by cancer. I would like to get a little more information on the alternatives, and if you can go a little bit more in depth on those so that we can help everybody understand why this alternative is better than that alternative and everything else. If you could take just a few minutes.
Well, could you be a little more specific about what you're looking for?
Just some more details. Alternative 2 is at the hospital. Can you go a little bit more in depth on that one?
Oh, sure, yeah.
The 1 story,
So,
that
sure.
sort of thing.
Can you just start and explain the purpose of the alternatives analysis so everyone understands why we go through that process under
That might be
CEQA?
good.
If you just start with the kind of the overarching reason why we go through an alternatives analysis.
Right. And also where each one is, please.
So we look at alternatives that will meet at least most of the project objectives and will result in fewer environmental impacts. So alternative 2 is looking at putting the cancer center site at the Jans Road location. That's a 2.14 acre site. It could support the cancer center building. However, it would need to be 3 stories instead of 2 stories. It would also require subgrade parking to allow for on-site parking within that smaller area. Yeah, so that's what alternative 2 is.
And if we could follow up with that, as we do the CEQA analysis, we look at what are the physical impacts of the environment if we move forward with a given project. And as we did the comparison of that project and evaluated against the one that's before you tonight, what we found, again, was that that project, it had several areas which would result in a greater impact to the environment than the proposed project. And those environmental areas, again, are aesthetics, air quality, cultural, tribal, and paleontology, energy, and noise. So we just wanted to throw that out there in terms of the discussion. Are there additional questions about alternatives that you wanted us to answer or further clarifications about what any of these are?
I'm still, I need to find out, I think, there was an allegation that an attorney sent a letter, said that there's no other location that could possibly, because of the proximity to Tosh. How did that figure into your thought pattern?
Right, so we also looked at alternatives that were considered but ultimately rejected because they weren't going to meet most of the objectives or it wasn't feasible. So there was one site that we looked at, and we talk about it in the EIR, that was considered but rejected. It's a 4.2 acre site, I believe, that HCA owns. It has a medical complex on it. However, it didn't have enough capacity to allow room for this development, so that was kicked off. And we looked at...
If I could ask the audience to quiet down, because I can't really hear everybody up here.
We asked HCA if they have other properties that may work, so we kind of went through that list of what was possible, and it really came down to the alternative to Jans Road site was the one that would be feasible.
Thank you.
And if I can just add, part of the reason that they have alternatives and evaluate alternatives in the EIR is to describe a range of reasonable alternatives to the project that's proposed and the primary alternative that comes forward. So it's an evaluation of what could go there other than what we're actually looking at. And for a variety of reasons, those alternatives are rejected or included in the document. Some just weren't feasible at all. And some of those alternatives that weren't feasible were raised by people that spoke during the public comment period. And that's what our consultant mentioned as alternatives considered but rejected. The alternatives that were ultimately included in the document, they all were flawed and somewhat more flawed than the proposal that you have in front of you. And that's why that's the primary project that was presented and moved forward with council.
And if I could elaborate just a little bit, Councilmember Engler, when you have a project that's before you, again, CEQA requires that you look at alternative projects and alternative sites. And you heard Mr. Parker say a reasonable range. It doesn't mean that we have to look at every single particular site. And that's because even under CEQA, they're trying to balance the private property rights of a property owner who wants to do what they want to do with their property. So you're always trying to balance that. But you also want to be considerate of the environment. So the purpose of the alternatives analysis is to try to find project changes to the actual project or changes to the project location that will meet most, if not all, of those objectives. And then you evaluate the different potential environmental impacts from those alternatives that are evaluated. So the one that came closest to meeting most of the objectives, but not all of them, was alternative number 2. However, under that alternative, which we've all been talking about tonight, why not put the cancer center on the existing Los Robles Hospital campus? That was the site that's been probably raised the most by public comments that we've received, but those have more significant environmental impacts.
Mr. Newman.
Thank you, Mayor. On one of the considered and rejected sites, is the 4.2 acre site. Is that the site at Villa Merida and Lakeview Canyon?
I don't recall the name of no.
We don't own that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would have to look in the EIR for the name of the medical facility. Yeah.
Okay. I'm was unclear why a 4.2 acre site, which is larger than the parking lot.
No, it's so sorry. The 4.2 it's a existing medical complex.
I see.
And so they were looking to see if they could fit the comprehensive cancer center within that. So that was considered at one point.
Around existing
Right.
buildings. I see. Okay.
But to include parking that would be required, et cetera.
Okay. So I have the same. So it's not that site at Lakeview and Villa Merida. I have the same question as Councilmember Engler about that site. What was the analysis in rejecting that site, which has a parking lot that's been empty for a number of years?
If I could jump in.
If they didn't, yeah.
I don't think that was ever, considered. You're talking about, I think it was 120 Villa Merida that was brought
It's
up.
adjacent to an existing HCA facility. I did not realize the parking lot was not an HCA property, but it is. It's been empty for a number of years.
Okay, yeah, it's in Westlake Village, I believe.
Yes.
You're right. So that also would not have met the project objectives, specifically the synergy with the Tosh facility.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Mr. McNamee?
Thank you, Mayor. No other questions. Thank you.
All right, very good. Okay, this is the point where we will go to the applicant for rebuttal. And you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor. Dave Rand for the record. On behalf of the applicant team, first we'd like to thank everybody for coming out tonight and making the public comments, both for and against, sharing their thoughts about this project. I'll start on the EIR as well, because I want to stress a fundamental point about the environmental document that goes beyond just technical CEQA compliance, but goes to the heart of the question as to whether or not this land use proposal is compatible with the neighborhood. We look at alternatives in CEQA when the project has significant unmitigatable impacts, meaning when the project itself can't address its environmental impacts, causing you as a decision maker to make a special finding that the benefit of this project, this facility, outweighs the fact that the project can't address its own impacts. Then you look to alternatives to see what would be less impactful. This project, through its exhaustive analysis of air quality, noise, water hydrology, wildfire, greenhouse gas emissions, every impact area across the board was studied extensively. And every impact, it was determined that this project can fully mitigate its impacts, meaning there are no outstanding impacts that can't be addressed. And that is the result of a battery of mitigation measures and protections that are imposed through this process to ensure that ultimately when this facility is constructed, both during construction and during operations, the neighborhood will be impacted to the least extent possible. With respect to traffic, which is obviously a concern, not a CEQA impact per se, but it was studied. And to add on to the Public Works Director said, the levels of service at the surrounding intersections, the levels of congestion, the study proved it will not change. They will not degrade below your city's strict level of service C standard. That's the standard the general plan sets up, that you cannot make it worse than that. Otherwise, it triggers land use issues. This project will not address that because the street network can accommodate the volumes. So the EIR process, which was 2 years of work and effort, shows that this project is actually the least impactful project. This project can be fully mitigated. The Jans Road site is actually more impactful as a result of the analysis, but more than that, it fails the key fundamental project objectives, which is the synergy and the connectivity between Tosh and the campus environment that the hospital is trying to create. I want to leave a minute for Dr. Chi to address that very important point. Before I leave the mic, I do want to speak to housing. Of course, we're in a housing crisis. Councilmember Newman, of course we understand that that is an acute issue for the city. It's why you have planned extensively around the preferred land use map to identify sites for affordable housing to meet your requirements all over the city. HCA is not anti-housing. HCA is not foreclosing the idea of doing a housing project here. That may happen in the future. They, Councilman Newman mentioned, did it in Texas for their residency program, partnered with a developer for campus housing. That may happen at some point on the Jans Road site. And the zoning that the city has imposed is more flexible than the zoning at the Rolling Oak site that could potentially achieve that. It is not on the table at this moment. It doesn't have to be legally, as your city attorney explained, but it is a possibility because this hospital is struggling with the same housing needs for its workforce that every employer in the city and the region and the state are dealing with. So we are not taking that off the table. That could be part of this plan, absolutely down the road. And meanwhile, all the technical requirements were met, and the state's housing cop came in and said everything was done correctly. This process has been extensive. We have looked at all the issues. We believe this facility will offer a substantial public benefit to this community, to the region, and all of the concerns have been addressed to the greatest extent possible. With that, I want to leave the last minute for Dr. Chi to talk about the need for the facility.
Yeah, I appreciate that very much, and thank you again for the opportunity. With the 47 seconds that I have left, I'll just basically, all I'm going to basically do is just reiterate what I've said earlier. And I can't overemphasize the fact that the multidisciplinary approach to cancer has been enormous in our better treatment and outcomes for our patients. The ability for the people treating the patients and the families and the caretakers with cancer, the ability for us to be able to work together in a cohesive environment this translates into much better and overall plan for the patient. The other thing I want to mention very quickly in the next 9 seconds is we are going to bring in with this cancer center outside services, including the Sarah Cannon. I'm not going to go into it before I mentioned it already, but there will be an expansion of services which will become available with the presence of this center. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Doctor. All right, one more question?
Yes. I don't know if this is for Mr. Rand or the CEO. I'm not sure, either one. With regard to housing, you've said HCA is doing housing in Houston, which I applaud you for. You said it may happen at some point, but it is not on the table at this moment. My request of you is, can you commit at this moment to do housing, either on the site that you're asking to be zoned residential or at some other site within city limits?
We cannot commit today to a specific housing plan. It is something the hospital has talked about. It is something they've considered nationally in other locations, and it is something that the local hospital group has discussed. We can't commit because we don't have a plan. There's no developer partner at this moment. A lot has to happen. But there's also, council member, zero commitment or zero history of housing being proposed at this site that is being proposed for the cancer center. And that went way beyond the point in which HCA obtained title to the property.
I was just asking about the commitment, not the other part.
Yep.
And you've answered that. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Mr. Taylor.
So some of the residents mentioned that this is a consolidation of what the hospital is already providing, and that, you know, if this project goes forward, that people will still go to UCLA or Sinai to get help. You just mentioned, though, that can you give me more clarity on that? Is that the case? And if this is created, will this be will less people be inclined to go to LA, or is this a consolidation?
So I'm Shay Ashuri. I'm also a local oncologist, and I work for UCLA, but I practice out here. So having your cancer care team work cohesively under one roof gives patients better outcomes. It's not just a convenience issue. They get better outcomes because we work as a team cohesively in one unit, as one unit. That's why you have places like MD Anderson. That's why you have City of Hope. And that's what we've, for years, have been trying to work to offer our community out here, because we think the citizens of this city and the surrounding community deserve that. And we have all the tools, we just need to put them all together so that they could work together.
It's not also, there are services that we can't replicate with this model, right? There are still things that are hospital-based needs for an oncology community, and this isn't answering that question. This is saying that we have multiple different employers bringing in multiple different pieces of a cancer team, and we're not able to coordinate them because we're fractionated by location, we're fractionated by healthcare systems, we're fractionated by who our employers are. It's not to replace the employers, it's not to compete with them, it's not to replace them, it's to consolidate them in a way that you do increase services, that you do get to bring ancillary services, because in my clinic, I can't offer nutrition directly to the patients, right? So we don't have that ability, but we can bring that ability when we're all under one place. But there is pieces that our technology needs to be updated. You need to get newer quality. We have, for PET CT scans, an immense shortage of PET CT scanners in our community, right? We have one that comes in, only one in the city of Thousand Oaks that operates multiple days per week. Most of our patients are driving for us, they're driving to Encino, they're driving to Santa Clarita, they're driving to Westwood to get a PET CT scanner. I had a patient the other day who had to go to Oxnard for a PET CT scanner because we couldn't accommodate them in our community in less than a month. That affects their cancer care. And so even if it's not a new piece of technology, if it is an improvement or access improvement, we've definitely improved the quality of the care and the access of care.
And the other thing to also mention is just by bringing in these other, including Sarah Cannon and working with the UCLA City Hopes, the clinical trials, which traditionally the patients would have to leave in the area to be able to participate in, by having a cancer center located within this area, those clinical trials become more accessible for those patients who need it.
Thank you.
Councilmember Engler.
I think, Natalie, may I speak with you? Thank you. The question still on my mind is the vital need for this in that location. And I'm wondering if there are, I asked you the question earlier about other services that are available in the city that are you going to be duplicating those services or creating an entire new experience for the patients?
So I think it's kind of hard to explain, and I think the physicians just kind of alluded to it, right? I think Dr. Slomowitz's example over a PET CT was probably a good example of that, right? It's available in the city. One location has it, I think, 1 day a week. Another location has it a couple days a week. Well, we will have a full-time one in the center, right, as part of the imaging department. Nutrition and genetics, right? It's offered, some of it's offered virtually, some of it's offered like 1 day a week. Well, it will be full-time available in this center. Having the ability for physicians to be under one roof, right, to have multidisciplinary team meetings and meet with patients together to discuss their treatment plans, that will be able to happen because it's under one roof, not fragmented where they're having a conversation with a radiation oncologist one day, their medical oncologist another day, their surgical oncologist. And so pieces of it, I would say, are offered in the community. But by us bringing it together under one roof and adding to the capacity and the services and the technology and the research is new for the community and will be an added benefit.
Thank you.
All right. I think we are done, and, well, before I go on, I want to thank the audience for your participation this evening and your respectful demeanor. Appreciate you coming down. And with that, I'm going to close the public hearing. And go ahead, Ms. McGuire. No. Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. And we're going to go to discussion and/or motion from my fellow council members. Who would like to kick it off? Mr. Newman? You're designated. No, you're not. Mr. Engler, go ahead.
There's Mr. McNamee. You could call him Mr. McNamee as well.
I'm going to get to, I'll get to him.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. My thanks to everybody who came out, to the applicant, to everybody who participated. Some people think that this isn't what we need. People think that this isn't encouraged by people on the council. It's very much encouraged because it helps us focus on the question and also gets input on the answer. So thank you for coming out. As a city, and it was discussed earlier, our general plan is our general plan. It is a long-range plan. And we have changed our general plan several times since I've been on the council on certain properties. The determining factor is the general plan change? Is it going to be a benefit to the community? We changed a good example, the Kmart property. That was a commercial property. We changed it to a mixed-use property and allowed what everybody has talked about tonight, 420 units, of which 54 are affordable. That's a benefit to the city to have that zoning change come about. For me, I don't take zoning changes lightly. It's not something that I do appreciate our general plan. I do appreciate the things that we are trying to put together on a long-term basis. It does give everybody a chance to think about the zones that are in place and you know, guide their life accordingly. On the other side, the hospital has been a valuable asset to the city since, where does Mr. Cohen go? Since 1967. It has been an asset to the city and part of what makes Thousand Oaks a community in which everybody, I think, likes to live. I remember my friend who had a stroke, and because of the stroke center at the hospital, is walking and talking today. So that's the asset that the hospital is to our community and the benefits of specialization that the stroke center at the hospital represents. The question before us tonight is, now do we add another specialty in our community, this comprehensive cancer center, and where to put it? The EIR, that's why I asked questions about the EIR and the different locations and why one wasn't the same as the other. The EIR indicates that this location at Los Robles is the least impactful in terms of EIR. The benefit to the community, we had testimony tonight by a lot of people, and I think all of us in this room know the outcome of someone in their family getting cancer and the stress that that puts in the family. I don't think we have a disagreement on that. We all have hearts. So this location would accomplish some of what would alleviate some of that stress for the people. So is that a community benefit for the community at large? I have a friend who lives in Ojai, has to drive down to UCLA. It's a stressful time for her. Could she do the same thing and drive the Thousand Oaks? Cut her commute in half? Perhaps. But the overall approach I think that I would like to see us take, and I'll reserve my final decision until I hear my colleagues, but I think that this opportunity to create a cancer center that'll serve the entire community is probably worth the change of the zone. But I'd like to hear my other colleagues.
All right, thank you, Mr. Engler. Mr. Taylor?
Thank you, Mayor. So this property, my first career, I was a pro skateboarder, so I fell a lot. And the majority of my time was spent in that area at Rolling Oaks, getting MRIs and all that fun stuff. And then I got older and we started having kids, and now my kid's pediatrician is in the Rolling Oaks area as well. And that's really all the time I've ever spent up there until last week. And I met with a handful of the residents who were amazing, and we looked at the property. A couple of them were nice enough to take me to kind of where their homes are and how it's impacted. It's a beautiful area. I wish I had been in there before. There was a question asked, what's so compelling about this project? And I can't remember who asked it, but I'll kind of highlight the way I go about this. And I tend to oversimplify. It's the way I can easily get to a decision. But when I'm looking at this, I'm trying to look first and foremost, what's the best use? I kind of start there. And I think the two obvious ones, at least for this conversation, residential, that's, we know the state housing crisis is in need of housing. I think there's a strong argument that there's demand for this product as well, especially what we have next door. So that's kind of where I start. Is there a demand for each? Now, what's hard, and I'll kind of just speak for a second about being in the real estate industry, the more complex an area is to build, the more expensive it gets. And when something gets expensive, you as an investor trying to find ulterior options or other options to try to justify the risk to build. Now, one way developers go about that is adding units. If it's more expensive to get in and the construction's going to be more expensive, you try to add more density to give yourself some return so that it justifies the risk. Now, with Measure E, we don't really have that option. I think if that wasn't at play, maybe we could have the conversation about building an apartment with what would have to be a lot of units. Now, as I go through kind of the pros and cons, I think building a 4-story apartment and the units that you would have to put on place to justify the cost in the hypothetical that we could, I think the impact to the area would be too negative. A lot of the concerns and complaints that we heard about tonight would still be at play. The conversation or the question I asked about offering new services and or is this just a way to consolidate services? Now, every Gen Z that watches this, if there are any, are not going to like what I'm about to say. But I don't like remote working. Like anybody who works for me, anytime there's somebody working digitally, it does feel fragmented, even in my business. So I actually think there is a lot of value about consolidating. It's one of the reasons why I really encourage all of our employees and team to come into office. So I actually do think there's some value there. This one is I already know it's not going to be perceived well, but it's kind of how I'm feeling, and I feel like I wouldn't be honest if I didn't say it. I think this project actually fits better than I thought it was going to when I was first told about it. I don't know if that's because I've always gone to that neighborhood and used the medical services. But when I'm thinking about at least traffic, no one there on the weekends, what the community is actually going to feel, I actually tend to agree with the data that Bob brought up, that I think that is the the most least impactful option. Now, that doesn't mean to say that there's not cons to it. There's pros and cons to everything we do. If, I was a neighbor in the area and I was looking at what it currently is, it feels more open this way. The aesthetic is natural right now. I'm not going to take away the value of that. But I actually tend to believe this would be a value of the community. I do think there's demand for it, and I do think that this location would actually be pretty fitting for it. I know that is not what everybody wants to hear, but that's at least how I started to get to how I'm feeling about it right now. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. I think that's about all I have right now.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Mr. McNamee, care to join in?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I will. And thank you for indulging me not to be there because my coughing, hacking, and sneezing would have been more disruptive than productive. So thank you.
I appreciate you signing in on Zoom.
Yes, it's a different experience and brings me back to the COVID days. I would like to first comment and applaud the audience for their willingness to step up and be heard. I heard from those that oppose the program to those that support this during the last week or so, as well as those that showed up here to take time out of their day because it's very important to them. I don't take lightly any idea of changing a neighborhood where it was zoned residential and change zoning into something that's commercial and changing the flavor of a community. That I take very seriously because the people in that community deserve to have those, what they originally bought in with, to have that for the rest of the time that they're there. I appreciate the staff looking at all the options that the hospital could utilize, whether it be at the hospital setting itself on Jans and Lynn versus other properties like in Westlake and so forth. Again, the consideration of other vacant office buildings, and it was very clear the answer is that very expensive to, excuse me, to change over a building, and it's cost prohibitive. But I want to share it with you from a different perspective as a doctor. I've been in practice for 35 years. And when you sit on the other side of the table talking to a patient who has gone through all the clinical trials, who has tried all the chemo and radiation, and looks at you and says, the oncologist says there's nothing more I can do. And this patient that you're looking at right now is going to die. And you try to make them as comfortable as possible for the last few months they may have on this earth. And I hear the stories of how they have to go to different locations. And I can tell you in clinical practice, when you have multiple doctors at the same location, huddling around the same water cooler, talking about a patient or sitting down at a conference table, all of them conferring on the file before them and that patient, there's a great deal of synergy and benefit from that. Now I'm hearing that we have City of Hope, UCLA, CHOC, all these wonderful cancer centers. This can be consolidated at one location to benefit the residents and the local communities around Thousand Oaks. That to me is superb. And if you've never been in a clinical situation where you see synergy occur because you've got multiple specialties sitting down on one file and everyone kicking around ideas, it's magical, and ideas start popping. We've lost this in our community at this point because we don't have a comprehensive cancer center. This provides that opportunity. So as myself as a policymaker, I look at community benefit versus the community at large changing, and which is the greater benefit to our city. Yes, the EIR was done, and it looks as though the changes in that residential community are rather minimal compared to what it could be. And I look at the benefit to all the people here in this community as well as the cities that surround us to come to one comprehensive location where all the doctors and nurses and support team can sit down at the table and discuss a patient's condition, increases clinical outcome measures tremendously. And honestly, I'm tired of talking to patients in my office that are dying, and there's not much that I or others can do. They're in the end stage. But yet, could they have had a better outcome had they all had it in one location is the question in my mind's eye with this decision here. And yes, every family, including mine, have been heavily hit by various types of cancers that have taken the lives of family members. We all have experienced it. In my opinion, the community benefit here, the synergy that occurs, its location to Tosh, the minimal impact by EIR reports, environmental impact reports relative to the community, I think are minimal compared to the tremendous benefit we have here in our community. I think this is a great project. I would like to see it move forward, and I hope my council members will do the same. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you, Mr. McNamee. Mr. Newman.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for indulging me. Thank you also to everyone here tonight, to staff for your diligent work over months and years on this project, to the applicant for working with staff, and especially to our residents. Whether you're for or against this, I too appreciate that we could come together. You all have a right to be heard. We had a civil dialogue, and that's what democracy is all about. So thank you all for that. As has been said before, cancer affects us all. Every single person in this room either knows someone who has had cancer or has been a caregiver to someone who has had cancer or is a cancer survivor. And too many of us are all three of those things. I don't think anyone in this room would dispute that cancer is a serious problem in our community and nationally and worldwide. Dr. Chi is a very gifted physician, surgeon, advocate, and when he says that in 2 years, every 2 years, the number of American deaths from cancer is greater than all our war dead combined, we should pay attention to that. NIH said we lose close to 2% of our population every year from cancer. I want to echo something George Jones said earlier tonight. He said, "My objective is peace." I was a little distressed in talking with different sides on this, that both the Los Robles team and some residents I spoke with referred to the different sides here as the opposition or the opponent. And we're not opponents. We may have different views on issues, but we're neighbors. We all live here. We're going to make a decision tonight, and we're going to have to get along with each other tomorrow. And to the Los Robles team, I want to reassure you that I didn't hear a single resident say, no, we shouldn't have a cancer center, we don't need this. I heard mostly that there is a need for greater cancer advocacy, greater services, more services, all of that. And to residents, I certainly didn't hear from the team we're anti-resident or we're anti-neighborhood and we're going to do things the maximal way to make it bad for the neighborhood. I didn't hear anything like that. So Mr. Jones's objective is peace. So is mine. I hope we all can see that we do have shared interests here and common interests, and we should work toward those. We also heard a lot of emotional appeals about cancer tonight, and I don't think any of us would deny that cancer has terrible costs and physical, emotional, financial, all of that. It's terrible. And if the question before us was, is cancer a terrible thing, and should we do more, and should we have more support services? It's 10:20 now. At 7 o'clock, we would have had a 5-0 vote. If we put it to all of you, we'd have a 100% vote with 0 people opposed. But that's not the question before us tonight. This is a land use hearing. And when there's a land use hearing, we go through a standard set of other questions. Is it legal? Is it consistent with our policies and goals? Are there any unintended consequences that we haven't thought about if we do something? So let's go through these one by one. On legality, I agree with statements by Ms. Noonan from the applicant that, strictly speaking, the land swap as proposed fully complies with SB 330. There's no question about it. We even have an email from the state saying, yes, we agree. This is compliant with the letter of the law. Whether it's compliant with the spirit of the law, which seeks not to have any net reduction in housing, I'm not as clear. I mean, I could argue that it doesn't actually say there has to be housing. It says there has to be zoning, and that's true. There is. But let's be clear. The net effect of doing this is that we are taking units of housing off the market. I also agree with something Danielle Borgia said earlier, that this is not about 9 units of housing. It's about a larger question of, if we do this, we've never done something we've never done before, where we take units off the market, we give someone a residential zoning allocation with statements that housing is not on the table. We're not taking it off the table, but it's not on the table either. And we don't have a firm commitment that we're going to do housing. Then that gets us into trouble with some other of our policies. Every year, we have a goal-setting meeting. And for several years running, the top 2 goals have been housing and homelessness. A cancer center is not on that list. Housing and homelessness are. So I think if we have a policy, and Councilmember Engler has said something akin to this in the past, if we have a policy and then we don't follow it, that's a problem. And we do have a written policy saying we are committed to producing more housing. The counter-argument, of course, is it doesn't say we have to produce housing on this lot or on that lot. But as a council, we are committed. This is our top priority, is to address our housing affordability crisis. The other thing on consistency is, as all of you know, we just passed the first update to our general plan in 50 years late last year. And a tentpole premise of that whole entire plan, and the way this was presented to the public, was that we would protect residential neighborhoods. We would do development, yes. We would increase the stock of housing. We would increase mixed use, but we would protect existing residential neighborhoods. When we previously had an application at this site, there were multiple council members at the time and planning commissioners who stated at the time that they thought the delineation mark was Rolling Oaks, that areas to the south of Rolling Oaks were residential and to the north were the hospital, medical uses, commercial uses. And I guess that raises the question of what's changed since then. Is there something like materially that's changed that causes us to go back on our earlier statements? You know, I firmly believe a promise is a promise. And if we say we're going to protect residential areas, or if we're going to say our policy is to produce housing, and then we disappear 9 units, which is the practical, let's be clear on this. This is the practical effect of what would happen here. I wonder about what the precedent we're setting. And we also can say, well, it's not really a precedent. We evaluate every case on its own merits. But I'm very concerned that a future developer will come back and say, well, you did this for Los Robles, why aren't you doing it for me? So I think when we set precedents, and we are setting one here, because there is no previous case. So whatever we do here, that's going to be the model going forward, and we need to go into that with our eyes wide open. So I'm concerned about the precedent part. I'm not at all against the cancer center. I think it would be a great addition to our city. I think you've brought us a very well-designed project. I like not only physically how it's designed, but the description of the services, and I certainly don't dispute the physicians and scientists who have come here to say how it would be used. But I am worried about we're not in the medical, we're not in the medical licensing business. That's out of our domain. The state does that. This is a land use hearing, and I'm troubled by some of the land use questions here. Mayor?
All right, thank you, Mr. Newman. Well, let me just say for the record, this council is acutely aware of the need for housing in the city of Thousand Oaks. In fact, in the last 2 years, we've approved more housing units than we have in the prior 10. We're up to about 1,200 units that have been approved. Roughly 10% of them are workforce and affordable housing. So yes, we understand the need for housing, and we are acting on that. As far as the project itself, I have to say I see it as kind of an extension of the existing medical campus. And when you talk about the possibility for future uses, there are a lot more future uses, because something's going to be built here eventually someday. There are a lot more future uses that would be much more impactful than what we're looking at tonight, I think. You know, the hours are reasonable, 8 to 5. They're not open on weekends. There's plenty of parking. The traffic will be kept to a minimum, especially in the off hours. It's a low-profile building. It's just 2 stories. And I have to say, I do like the idea of the synergy that you would get from TOSH, from the Thousand Oaks Surgical Hospital, within 25, 30 feet of this proposed project. I think there's a real benefit there. I will say on a personal note, I am a cancer survivor, and I was treated here in Thousand Oaks. However, there was treatments that I needed at the time that were not available in Thousand Oaks. So much as it was said here in the audience, I had to go to Santa Monica, and I had to go to Westwood, and I had to bring my wife and my 2 little 6-year-old daughters with me. And I was treated very clinically. Very clinically. There was no place for my kids. There was no real emotional support for my wife. It was all clinical. Get your chemo, stay there 4 or 5 hours, hit the road, back to Thousand Oaks again. You know, it was hard. It was really hard. And I had a good outcome. I'm here, obviously. But as a couple of the doctors say, it is about outcomes. And I could have had a better outcome. I could have had a better outcome if there had been a little bit more family orientation, a little bit more emotional support, a little bit more support from my kids. And I think that this project is going to fill that gap. And I'll just say, you know, cancer is a nasty business. You know, second leading cause of death in the United States. 1 out of every 3 people expected to get cancer in the United States. But if you look at it for every 100,000 people, the statistics say 439 will get cancer in any given year. If you apply that to Thousand Oaks with 126,000 people, that's about 550 people a year who could be diagnosed with cancer right here in our city. And it hurts people with advancing age, too. And we are in a city that is aging rapidly. Back in the 70s, our median age was 22. Now our median age is 45. Cancer hits hard for people 65 and over. 20% of our population are seniors now. So this kind of comprehensive center plays into that. And I got to tell you, I would have a hard time facing some of these people that have been afflicted and try to justify a no vote on this center. I really would. So we've had our discussion, and now it's time to come forth with a motion. Would anyone care to do that? Mr. Taylor?
Yeah, I would, I'll finish with this. This is something that actually Mr. Newman said that I didn't touch on. I kind of skipped it. But, you know, going into the land and the 9 units, like I'm, you know me, I'm very, very pro housing, and I know we need to build, of course. Only putting 9 homes on that lot, though, you're talking really big homes, at least how I'm looking at it. And, you know, I'm kind of juxtaposing that with maybe the other side, that even though we're going to increase homes, homes are still super expensive in California. And the type of job that you now have to be able to support that house, you need a high-paying job. Or, maybe some of the other options, but it's challenging. I'm not going to lie, I do like the idea that we're talking about new jobs being created here that are potentially high-paying. I think that will be a net benefit as well. I'm not going to tell you that this isn't a hard decision. Of course it is, because I know there's a, I've heard everybody. I've spent time with you now. I understand that this is not ideal for you, but I do believe that this is a net positive for the community. So on that note, I will move 10A. Do I need to read any of the CEQA stuff? Okay.
Does that motion fit your requirements? All right, thank you.
To approve 10A.
I move to approve 10A.
All right.
I kind of just have one comment.
Comment to the motion? Mr.
Yes,
Engler?
and I appreciate my colleague, Mr. Newman's points. As I mentioned before, we don't take changing zones lightly. It's when the balance of the benefit outweighs the change. In this particular case, the people on both sides of this issue are going to be affected. And I don't take that lightly at all. On balance, though, I have to say I think a cancer center that will bring better service to our residents outweighs the disappointment that I know that the people in that neighborhood will feel. And that's the way I try to look at it in terms of benefit as opposed to the cost. And I appreciate your points, Mr. Newman, but I still think that the benefit outweighs.
Mr.
All right.
Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Engler. Mr. Newman.
Thank you. I appreciate the comments and expertise of my colleague, Mr. Taylor, about housing. This isn't about 9 units, as Danielle Borgia said. And if there were 9 units, it probably would not do much, if anything, to address affordability. I recognize that. I'm not thinking of the 9 units. I'm not thinking of the one neighborhood on Los Padres. I'm thinking citywide. There are nurses and there are medical technicians at Los Robles today who are renting rooms because they can't even afford an apartment, let alone buy a house here. We have an acute housing crisis, and we are on record. We have a policy saying we have to address that. I agree with Mayor Adam that we are doing that, and that we have really ramped up both the velocity and the volume of housing, affordable housing that we've produced. But we're nowhere near meeting our greatest unmet need, which is in the affordable categories. There is a great imbalance there. No one can disagree with the numbers. In fact, we're about our next item on the agenda this evening, and there are 2 more items, so I'll wrap this up, is that we're not meeting those numbers, and that is an acute need. So I'm less worried about the 9 houses or what happens on one street as I am by setting a precedent where we create the impression to all residents, not just the ones here, but all residents citywide, that we're amenable to swap residential zoning from one place to another with no housing in return. And I want to say something just quickly in defense of our staff, because I have heard from some residents, not people here tonight, but others, who have said, well, our staff is just doing things to serve special interests. They don't care about community interest. And I stop them and I say, no. Staff is doing what they were asked to do. Literally, their job is, when an application comes to them, is to move it through the process. And they've done that in a very skilled way. And they've been cooperative with us, they've been cooperative with the applicant and with residents. That's what their job is. What their job is not is policy. specifically housing policy. In our policy, we are on record of saying we are going to do something about affordability. And here we are giving it away. So unfortunately, on that basis, I'm not able to support the motion. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. I think the discussion is over, and we do have a motion on the floor to approve 10A. I'm going to call for the vote, please.
Councilmember Engler?
Yes.
Councilmember McNamee?
Yes.
Councilmember Taylor?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Newman?
Nay.
And, Mayor Adam?
Yes.
And that motion passes 4-1 with Councilmember Newman dissenting. And I have an ordinance title to read. It's an ordinance amending Thousand Oaks Municipal Code relating to official zoning map by changing zoning classification at property located at 400 East Rolling Oaks and 355 West Jans Road. Zone change 2022-70733-Z.
All right, thank you, Ms. McGuire. We'll just take a moment here, and as the room clears. All right, so we're going to move on now, and I will need council concurrence to go past 11.
Move to go past 11 as
All
needed.
right, I got a motion on the floor to go past 11. Call for the vote.
Councilmember Engler?
Yes.
Councilmember McNamee,
Yes.
Councilmember Taylor,
Yes.
and Mayor Pro Tem Newman,
Aye.
and Mayor Adams.
Yes.
And that motion passes 5-0.
All right. Let us move on then to our department report 12A about their general plan on our housing element. Ian Holt, our senior planner, will give us that report. Mr. Holt?
Thank you, Mayor, council members. So I'll be as brief as possible, but tonight before you have the general plan and housing annual progress reports. Essentially, background, this is a requirement, is required by law for us to report by April 1st each year to both the Office of Planning and Research and Housing and Community Development on both the general plan and housing element. Basically gives a status and implementation on the general plan. And we have to submit that to HCD. And which basically ensures that we'll have funding programs available. This is delayed. All right, for the past year, there were, prior to the adoption of the 2045 general plan, there were 2 general plan amendments for 2 residential projects that were before the council. That was at Rancho Caneo Apartments, as well as the Latigo Hillcrest mixed-use development. But basically, the general plan, as you know, brought in a variety of new elements, as well as other new topics that were required by the OPR guidelines, such as evacuation planning, environmental justice, and sustainability. So for 2023, basically the progress report is, well, the housing element was readopted by council in December 2023 and includes the components of basically a summary of proposed units, entitled units, building permits issued, which count towards our regional housing needs allocation numbers reported each year. Also a status on the housing programs implementation, of which we have 19, as well as a report on the successor agency. So for 2023, we received a total of 90 housing applications, which amounted to 114 units being approved. I'm sorry, I take that back, as to 114 units being proposed by new applications. Actually, entitlements improved during the year of 2023 were 595 units, of which there were 39 very low units, 5 low, and 9 moderate, as part of the projects that were approved either by staff or by Planning Commission or the City Council. So the main part of what we report to HCD is actually the building permit issuance. And for the most part, ADUs made up the majority of the units. We had 92 units that were issued permits. However, you know, the building permits issued this year are not representative of anything that has been processed thus far by staff and also approved by the City Council. The recent development entitlements amount to over 1,000 units. Over 200 of those are in the affordable category that have been approved in the last couple of years. So essentially, you know, those would be forthcoming in future cycles as they work towards their building permits. And, you know, in terms of reaching our RENA goals, there's still 6 more years of reporting within this housing element cycle. You know, one of the factors why the number is low, units associated, you know, those large number of units are associated with large projects that are still in the pipeline and are mostly affected by circumstances beyond the city's control, such as the current economic environment and the need for interest rates to come down. So staff does continue to work with our developers closely to ensure the completion of these units and make sure, and we're optimistic that those units will end up pulling units in the next year or two. So in summary, overall, the number of remaining units, we've satisfied about 10% of our RENA thus far. However, as has been reported last year and this year, none of those units were in the affordable category. In terms of the program implementation highlights for the housing element, programs 1 and 2 were before this council at last meeting with the adoption of the mixed-use zone and the rezoning program, as well as program 2, which allowed the by right approval for housing projects that provide 20% affordable housing pursuant to AB 1397. Another program highlight is that we've been proactive in providing ADU information on state grants, as well as tenant protection laws to prospective ADU applicants. And program 7, we're ahead of the time frame, but the city council, we updated the inclusionary housing ordinance and set some in lieu fees associated with that. Programs 12 and 13, we use CDBG grant funds to help rehabilitate up to 5 mobile home units, as well as rehab 52 affordable rental projects. And then under the program 18, which is also our neighborhood improvement program, there's a variety of public works projects that occurred associated with bicycle and sidewalk improvements in our low resource and sensitive communities. And just lastly, our Housing Successor Agency report highlights there was $108,000 approximately of expenditures. Still, there is over $37 million in value of assets, and we assisted 6 units for the past year. So the recommendation is basically to receive and file this general plan and housing element annual progress report. This action is not a project as defined under CEQA, and after tonight, we will be submitting this report directly to HCD and OPR as required prior to April 1st. And that would conclude my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Holt. Questions for staff?
Just a quick one.
Mr. Engler.
I know that it shows 93 units that's been produced this year and whatnot. How many do we have in the pipeline right now?
Do you know the number?
We have well over 1,000 units in the pipeline.
Thank you.
More than 200 of those are the deed-restricted units.
Mr. Newman.
Mr. Holt, thank you very much for your report. Would you agree that building permits are, in a way, sort of a trailing indicator, and that the cost of money in interest rates are a key driver of housing production?
Oh, certainly. The market conditions definitely are the driving force behind the timing of, securing building permits and the funding necessary to actually even pursue them.
Great. Well, I hope with continuing, with rates overall continuing to fall, maybe not as fast as we'd like, but certainly lower than they were, I hope we'll continue to see more of those units move through the pipeline. Thank you.
Sure.
Do we have any public speakers? We do have one. Oh, yes, we do. And that is, who is that? Jackson Piper, of course. Hi, Jackson.
Yeah, back for round 2, sorry. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. I have no issue with the progress report. I think we're kind of early in the stage of, having just recently passed the general plan. You're kind of too early to determine if there's being a trend being established by it. But I do think that going forward next year, and especially in the years following, if we happen to see that things aren't really changing much, that we're still producing a huge amount of, above moderate units and barely any lower income units. What I'm wondering is, will the city look into its regulations and tweak things and try and adjust things to make it more favorable to develop lower income units that might otherwise not be economically feasible to do so. And also, would the city, and I realize this might be something more of a county level issue to deal with, but would the city look into like tax abatements or deferrals or something to make projects with affordable units more financially viable than just, being taxed at the normal rate? And then aside from that, if there is a continued underproduction of affordable housing in the city, as we've experienced in past housing cycles, and this, I know this is going to raise alarm bells, but I have to ask, would the city council be willing to initiate through Measure E a vote of the people, not to get rid of all of Measure E, but to perhaps exempt housing within affordable categories from being counted among the Measure E units? I think that may help encourage more affordable housing to be included within projects if they're not counted towards the overall unit count of a project for Measure E purposes. So those are my comments. I hope that we see things change and improve going forward, but for now, I think it's too early to tell if this is the trend, or if we're just too early to really see where things are going to go. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Jackson. And let's see. Staff response to our public speaker?
Sure. In terms of bringing up, incentives for affordable housing, I think, we've worked closely on developing the mixed-use standards, which we believe help facilitate affordable housing. And, previous actions that we've done by this council through the objective standards, there were some incentives for projects that have housing, up to 20% housing, such as increased height, that was adopted. But, with the state kind of continuously coming through with various incentives of themselves and us basically having to incorporate that into our codes, I think, at this point in time, we're looking to those to help kind of serve as those incentives. In terms of other kind of incentives, such as the deferral of fees, we have explored that in the past, and that's something that has been left to be kind of evaluated more so on a case-by-case basis as part of any kind of agreement, such as a development agreement between an applicant and the city. So I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you, Mr. Holt. Mr. Powers.
Yeah, I just think I might add to it, just building on the speaker's comment. Those are policy calls, and as we talked about during the discussion on the inclusionary, that there will be opportunities downrange for council to contemplate any number of things that relates to housing production in the future. I do think it's important calibration, though, to remember that as we've seen these numbers, we know how much housing and how much work has gone into bringing entitlements over the finish line, but that's just one step. That's the step we can control the most, and the market conditions are the next step. And fact remains, our land valuations here are such that it makes it extremely difficult. We heard it with our Hillcrest project last week. Right? We heard the difficulty of our $10 million contribution and what's still at play to get those units built. And so there, I just want to remind people the macro number over this RENA cycle, the 8-year cycle on affordable housing, 2,621 units. Right? That's assigned by the state. I just think it's important to calibrate expectations around that, achieving that. We're going to do our level best. That's a number. That's a very, very, very big number.
Big number. All righty. If there's no more discussion, Mr. Newman.
Do we need to vote on this? Is this
We need a
proceed with
motion.
file? Thank you. Then I'll go ahead and move 12A based on the recommendations.
All right, thank you. And I'll just comment, as Mr. Powers said in response to Mr. Piper, with the city supporting, encouraging, whatever the word is, for affordable/workforce housing, a $10 million contribution to eliminate the land cost for 77 for-sale units, I would say is a very major contribution from the city to support affordable housing. Those condos that are eventually built could be sold for potentially less than half of what the market rate is, thanks to the city buying that land and eliminating that cost. So that was a big move from us. And, you know, Kristen mentioned to me, listen to this, from 2014 to 2021, only 66 building permits were issued in the city in 7 years. In 2023, we've had 92. Tell me that this council isn't acutely aware that we need housing in this city, and we need affordable, and we need workforce. And we have 1,229 units in the pipeline that haven't applied for their building permits, but will. And of that, I think there's roughly 200 that would be considered affordable. So we get it. We get it. And I would say our affordable/workforce housing amounts to generally about, would you agree, Mr. Power, somewhere around 10 to 15% of what we're building in that area, which is pretty standard in the industry?
Yeah, roughly speaking, you know, it varies depending on the size and scale of the project, but roughly speaking, yes, that number, it can be higher, but generally 10% has been about the floor we're seeing in most projects.
Right. That's about what will work financially to get things built. Mr. Piper mentioned that we were, I forget how he put it, like a debit in that, and I would have to take issue with that. You know, you're not going to be able to build a housing project and make it 50% affordable. No one will build it. So but we do have an inclusionary ordinance, and we do squeeze as much as we possibly can, because we understand that people want to live here, and we want to help them live here. Ta-da. My kids would like to live here someday, for goodness sake. So, anyway.
Call the motion?
Enough of that. Yes. Could I please? Oh, we do have a motion, don't we? From Mr. Newman. Thank you. Let's call for a vote on that.
Councilmember Engler?
Here, yes.
Councilmember McNamee?
Yes.
Councilmember Taylor?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Newman?
Aye.
And Mayor Adam?
Yes.
And that motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. And on to our next department report, and that would be 12B. We're going to talk about the Jazz Marketplace specific plan, and Justine Kendall is back to present.
Good evening again. The item before you is a request to adopt a resolution to initiate a zoning map amendment. This amendment would change the zoning of 9 parcels affiliated with the Jan's Marketplace area from the current Community Shopping Center, or C3, and Community Shopping Center Height Limit Overlay, C3H, zoning designations to specific plan, and to find that this action is not a project as defined under the California Environmental Quality Act. Jan's Marketplace, located on approximately 38.16 acres at the northwest intersection of West Hillcrest Drive, North Moore Park Road, consists of 625,348 square feet currently of retail, restaurant, and entertainment spaces. That in addition to parking structures, landscaping, and other things like that. The property owner, Newmark Merrill, has expressed interest in developing a comprehensive vision for the area to guide future improvements of the Jan's Marketplace properties through the creation of a specific plan. A specific plan is a document designed to implement policies and establish regulations for a particular geographic region. The specific plan ensures cohesive development while still allowing for future flexibility and future site design. These specific plans usually include custom development and design standards, infrastructure requirements, and other criteria. These standards are not required to replicate the Thousand Oaks Municipal Code requirements, as they are intended to be unique for a specific development area. However, and most importantly, the proposed Jan's Market specific plan, like all specific plans, must remain consistent with the goals and policies of the 2045 general plan. To reiterate, this specific plan would be a regulatory plan that provides the vision and zoning standards and design guidelines for the plan area. The specific plan would not approve actual development of projects. These individual development projects, such as the construction of a multifamily residential building, for example, would be requested separately by the applicant. Those applications would, a request would be required to apply for all necessary entitlement applications and follow all related required processes, including public noticing and hearings. The request before you this evening specifically is the beginning of the process. Upon City Council adoption of a resolution to initiate the Jan's Marketplace specific plan for processing, staff would then work with the applicant to establish a specific plan and then concurrently work on an environmental analysis of that specific plan and potential development. That would go to the Planning Commission, who would then make a recommendation to the City Council. Staff recommends that the City Council adopt a resolution to initiate the Jan's Marketplace specific plan for processing.
Thank you.
Is it?
Questions of staff? Mr. Newman.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for your report. As we discussed in our staff meeting, a specific plan is much broader than just approving an application for a specific project, right? It encompasses many things you just went through in your report about infrastructure and other requirements that would be needed to put projects within the specific plan site, correct?
That's correct.
Right. And that's an important thing for residents and for prospective applicants to understand, that this is not about building one project. There's not a transaction here. It's creating the conditions where that can happen, right?
Correct. It's creating a cohesive framework for the entire area. These individual projects would fit into that framework.
And along those lines, in your timeline, one of the steps was application. That's an application for the specific plan itself, not for a specific building, correct?
Yes, yes.
All right, very good. Thanks for clarifying that.
All right. Any other questions? None that I see. We have a speaker. Mr. Piper.
I'll try and keep it pretty brief. I'm definitely excited about the possibilities that this specific plan can produce for the city. The Jan's Marketplace is fairly centrally located in Thousand Oaks, and I think it's an excellent candidate for mixed-use development going into the future. I would really love to see, I know, a lot of 38 acres is already developed with commercial uses right now, but malls tend to be developed for a limited time span, and then they require some sort of renovation. So I'd love to see residential capacity added going into the future as those renovations take place. And I think there's just a really good opportunity to add a lot of housing, and I would hope a lot of affordable units through density bonus and other measures that could really benefit the city's housing stock. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jackson. Staff, any response? We good? All right.
Nope.
And so we go to a discussion or a motion. Mr. Engler.
I would move that we change the zoning from community shopping center to initiate the change, to the specific plan.
All right. Any discussion on that? Mr. Newman?
Thank you, Mayor. I voted for, during the general plan discussion, I voted for increasing the land use designation, both within this specific planned area and at the Oaks. As was commented, this is a central area. It's a logical place to put housing. I'm delighted that Newmark Merrill has indicated multiple times that they're interested in that as well. I think this is just the right place to put it, and I'm glad that we're creating the conditions to make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Newman. Yeah, I agree. I think it's great to have a comprehensive plan for something right in the heart of our city. You know, there's revitalization needed there, some redevelopment needed there. We've already got the hotel approved. I could see some housing there, but it's good to have a plan so we can operate on that. And the mixed-use designation gives us a lot of flexibility, and if we get the specific plan in place, we can streamline some of the improvements, and it's a good way to go. And a motion. Did we have a motion? Councilmember, I can't keep track of all these motions. We have a motion on the floor. Call the vote, please.
Councilmember Engler?
Yes.
Councilmember Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember McNamee?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Newman?
Aye.
Mayor Adam?
Yes.
And that motion passes 5-0.
All right. And we're heading to the end of our meeting. And I'm going to, I went back to Washington, D.C. Gee, that exciting.
Mr. Mayor, would you like me to talk about it, or would you like?
Oh, yeah, well, I thought I'd kick it off. Yeah, we went back for our annual lobbying trip, and I think it was relatively successful. We met with Congressman Schiff and Congresswoman Brownlee. We talked about some very important things to the city. Our dial-a-ride needs some new paratransit vehicles. We talked about that. The senior center, the teen center, and the library. We would like to see a off-grid power system because it's turned out to be a central gathering place during emergencies. I think that was really important. Talked to the Army Corps of Engineers about the flooding that occurs over in Newbury Park area amongst that development out there where the storm drains are inadequate. I'd like to get that fixed so we could lift the floodplain designation and get those people out of the insurance that they have to pay. So that would be great if they could help us there. Wildlife access, there's a lot of routes for wildlife to go on that where you don't necessarily have to build a $100 million bridge, which is a great idea. But there's other ways we can approach that. We talked about that. Trail access for disabled folks, we want our trails. We have a lot of trails. We want everybody to be able to use them. What about you, Bob? Mr. Engler, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The only thing I'd like to add is that the results are very tangible. Just this year, we had Congresswoman Brownlee attend a meeting with us, or basically a ribbon cutting at the Transportation Center, having brought $12 million to the county, 7 of which is going to be planted in our town. So when people ask, why do we go back to D.C., I mentioned to them that they print money there. And we go back and see if we can gather a little bit of that for our town.
Mayor, may I jump in real quick?
Good point. Certainly, Mr. McNamee. Good to hear you.
Thank you, sir. To Councilmember Engler's comment, as the $12 million grant that we went after last year in 2023 came to fruition here in 24, one of the other congressmen made a comment that why is the lion's share going to Thousand Oaks? And I was thinking in my mind's eye, well, because we did the work to go and get it and bring it back. And it's due to Mina Leva organizing and putting together and orchestrating and coordinating that. And thank you, Mina, for doing such good work. But it's one that, yes, we go back and none of the other cities do any lobbying like what we do. And it's a credit to our council, our staff, to the benefit of the citizens here in Thousand Oaks. And just as an aside, while we were at dinner last year with one of the other city councils from Santa Monica, they were trying to lure Mina away from us and say, why don't you come to Santa Monica and do that, what you do in Thousand Oaks here in Santa Monica? It's like, no, nix that one. We want to keep Mina here. So Mina, thank you so much. Appreciate the work you do. And it's really benefited the city here because we go back. And I don't look at it as that's where Washington prints the money. We send our money to Washington to go back and beg to bring it back to Thousand Oaks. Just as a different perspective there, Councilman. Thank you.
And we do have Mina Leba online here, our legislative analyst, without who we could, none of this would work. She holds the whole thing together and knows everything about everything. And she really leads us in the right direction, don't you, Mina?
You know what? I have to say, I am very, very blessed to have a very, very active city council that participates in the National League, that participates in SCAG, that participates in the State League, and takes their time to come with me to Washington, D.C. to make the connections that we need to make, tell the stories about our community that helps us to bring back money. And on that note, just a few weeks ago, as you know, Congress has been working on approving budgets. And a few weeks ago, we got $958,000, and that is specifically for a stormwater project. This past weekend, Congresswoman Brownlee did it again. We got an additional $1,383,000 for a second project, which is the Thousand Oaks water microgrid at our water pumps. So these meetings make a difference. And I think Bob Engler and I were at a meeting with Senators Butler and Padilla. And one thing that was asked of them is, what can we do to get some opportunities to our community? They said, show up to our offices, ask for the money, tell your stories, and that's what we do. So I just want to thank our city council for being very active and coming with me to Washington, D.C. These meetings are very, very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Mina. Nice thoughts. And I want to thank Councilmember Newman and Engler for going with me. It's nice of you to go with me and participate in the meetings. You're both very well informed and extremely helpful and very persuasive. Did you have something to add, Mr. Newman?
I want to echo my thanks to Ms. Leyba, without whom none of us would know where we were going or which end was up or anything else. I mean, the reason that we're able to get in to see both of our senators and see our representative, Julia Brownlee, and another representative, Adam Schiff, is because Mina knows everyone, and everyone knows Mina. And we saw that, and it's become kind of a tradition where we have to form a protective cordon around her to keep other cities away from her at every single gathering we go to. In addition to the congressional meetings, though, we were also there for, Mina touched on this, the National League of Cities has its annual Congressional Cities Conference. And this is attended by cities all over the nation, large and small. It's a very good way to meet and discuss face-to-face, which we all like, to find out how other cities are dealing with some of the same issues we are. This year, we got our keynote speaker, as a surprise, was President Biden, who said, housing, housing, housing. That's a direct quote. And spoke on various other challenges facing cities for about 20 minutes. That afternoon, we also heard from Secretary of Transportation Buttigieg, who encouraged us to continue drawing down some of that money they apparently make in Washington. There is still funding available under the bipartisan infrastructure law. And he outlined some of the programs that are available that will, in the future, hopefully get us some funding. And there were many breakout sessions that dove deep into the details on this at the NLC conference as well. So I would say the combination of the lobbying we had face-to-face and the NLC conference, I'm glad Mina knew where to take us. I'm grateful for that. But I think we as a council and we as a city greatly benefit from that.
Thank you, Mr. Newman.
Mayor, I'd like to comment, if I may, that
Yes.
the reason why we as council members look so intelligent and why we have our talking points down so well and our sort of like our dog and pony show is because of Mina preparing us as we go into those meetings and do such a dynamite job. And Mayor, thank you for leading us through this last round of lobbying efforts. You did a great job.
Yeah, and thank you for bringing up National League of Cities, Mr. Newman. Yeah, we're a great team, and I think we're going to get some good results. So, need a motion to receive the report?
Yes, motion to receive the report, and that this is no way connected with CEQA.
All right, thank you. And we have a motion on the floor. Vote, please.
Councilmember Engler?
Yes.
Councilmember McNamee?
Yes.
Councilmember Taylor?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Newman?
Aye.
Mayor Adam?
Yes.
And that motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. And as always, our city manager, Mr. Powers, will wrap us up.
All right, Mr. Mayor, we'll be back 2 weeks from tonight, the 9th of April. Currently 2 items on the agenda. The first is what should be hopefully a pretty brief public hearing, MCAs on shelter and other temporary housing and daycare. Municipal code amendments on that. And then study session on our climate and environmental action plan that I mentioned earlier in the evening that Dr. Helen Cox will be delivering. Those are the items that we have before us on the 9th of April.
Thank you, Mr. Powers. Thank you, everyone, for your endurance. It's a rather long meeting, but we made it. And I'm going to adjourn this meeting to our regular meeting on April 9th.